Jack, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown, I quit.
So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling has always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Living it wild. Yeah.
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
Yeah.
What you gonna do?
Ooh, what's happening, ladies and germs? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show, starting late here. Yeah, I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks. Can I get a yeah? And we're live here today. We are live here today on X. Good, it's working. Yeah, the stream started weird. It was weird, man. StreamYard is being weird. And I hit live, but then it's like, you're already live. And I was like, I didn't know I already started the live. There shouldn't be an option to go live when I'm already live. So I had to just refresh stuff. And yeah, it's all good. So, be a man, Hogan. No, R.I.P. Hogan. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Phil Marks. Thank you all for being here. It is a Fright Night Wednesday for AEW. Allegedly, it's Fright Night. I'm sure it'll be some scurry ass shit will happen tonight. Who knows what level they'll take it to? Maybe Tony Khan will run out dressed up like Leatherface again, or maybe he'll do Jason this year. Rumors around the water cooler are he's going to come out as the Shape. No. Yeah, thank you all for being here. Your names in chat are all handles again. So YouTube, StreamYard, get your shit together. Make it people's names again. Or else I'll have to learn all of these. And yes, everybody hit like, hit subscribe on your way in as people file in. I know that there's sports playoffs and all of these things going on tonight. And I know that there's a big episode of Big Bang here on TBS for you guys for the lead in. And yeah, I just am excited. We have tons of shit to get to. Sorry, as you guys can tell, I'm scrambling on the fly here. So Vince Russo swerves the marks. Okay, there was a big news story. Dave Meltzer got smashed to oblivion. Again, we're gonna make fun of Dave in depth tomorrow. Dave Meltzer dumb moment of the week, which we will do tomorrow. Every Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern. But yeah, Vince Russo completely swerved everybody, then got into a fight with Conan and K100 and Jeff Lane and all of this shit. So we're going to get into that. But you know that Vince Russo, bro, loves working the marks. And it's funny because this story Dave wrote just blew up in his face again. Kenny Omega is Batman. I'm Batman. I'm Batman, guys. So we get some cringe from Absolute Batman #1, which has been hyped up in the press lately. And it turns out the guy who wrote that shit is an AEW sicko. So fucking go figure. Sickos, speaking of sickos, they cope over WWE. We got Nick Lo Piccolo versus BJ Bethel. We got some sicko stories, sicko adjacent stuff, some stuff that kind of goes beyond wrestling as well, but connects to it, obviously. And yeah, this is a jam-packed show. I can't wait to get into it. I'm starting late. Dynamite's on in only 15 minutes. So we're going to have to start with AEW news here tonight. As people file in, I see we're at over 100 now as everybody files in across YouTube and X. Make sure you hit like, make sure you hit subscribe, make sure you hit retweet, leave a heart. That's the free way to support. You guys can super chat in or become a member. Member Mondays fucking rule. Memberships are only 99 cents. Or you can super chat in or gift a membership. And my Halloween show will be up Friday for you guys. The PWT Halloween special will air on Friday. So those are my plugs. I have Patreon as well. Below is the ticker, that QR code. You can scan that and it just leads to all of my shit. So appreciate you guys. Round of applause for the PWT universe for being here. If it's your first time listening, welcome, and to everyone else, let's do it. So yeah, we're gonna get into some comic action, which is fun for me because it's a little crossover event here. I have another channel, youtube.com/@PhilMarkso, where I talk about like superhero movies and comic books and top 10 lists and react to movie trailers and do pop culture, everything not wrestling. You know what I'm saying? So let's get into it. Without further ado, we have to just everybody all together now. Ichi ni sanda. Because it is time for AEW news right off the rip. And if Tony Khan drops a cringe video, you guys let me know on the live here and we'll get it done. But this last Saturday's Tailgate Brawl didn't rank on Programming Insider's cable rankings for Saturday. So I think we covered that, but this, before the Wrestle Dream went down, who was a dream for, I don't know, it all felt like a dream a little bit. The Tailgate Brawl didn't even rank. It didn't even show because it's doing 0.0s on Programming Insider. Speaking of 0.0s, so we have some ticket sales that aren't looking too good for AEW. So AEW present, and a lot of people, I talked about this on the member show, Member Monday. A lot of sickos are saying like, oh man, WWE went from doing 12K on SmackDown and now they're doing 5K on SmackDown. Okay, no, they're not doing 5K in SmackDown. Like, they'll go to another city next week and do 10K again. All their shows are selling out. Like, it's not an L if you're doing 10K, 11K, 7K, 12K, 15K, 16K, 7K, 5K, 11K. That's just different markets. It's just going to different places, and right? It's not the same as a steady decline year over year, lower until what? Until zero? And then everyone's going to be like, that's the only way it'll be proved to anybody is if there's 50 people in the crowd and 10 people watch it. Like, what? It's just like all the excuses. It's like, I thought you want AEW to turn the ship around and sell more tickets and get better. I certainly do. So why would you make excuses instead of help try and remedy the shit? The only way to do that is we know that they're listening to these brainless sickos who lick their balls. So they must be listening to the critics as well. All anybody talks about is old podcasters and fucking grifters and all this shit, right? So we got attendances here, okay? And tickets distributed. Now, this is December 10, so it could be a big whopping sellout of it's set up for 2,000 people. They've sold 1,200 tickets. Meanwhile, like, look at what the holiday tour is doing for WWE. So, again, we're not going to entertain that. We're going to start comparing, like, NXT, TNA, AEW ticket sales and TV ratings. That's how it has to be. Because AEW's PLEs do, like, a couple few grand, right? Couple few K grand, as Brendan Shaw would say. So moving along here, we have more ratings and attendance talk quickly. We'll kind of circle back to the ratings stuff. And so Collision for November 15th. This is in Erie, Pennsylvania. 909 tickets sold. So that December show is set up for 2,000. It has 1,200 tickets sold. This show a month earlier is set up for 2,800 and only has 900 tickets sold in Pennsylvania. Weren't they hot there? Weren't they really hot there? Right? So it's alarming. This is alarming. This isn't like, oh, well, they're doing a residency, so it's 900 people. Like, I put over the residency. Good. Sell out 900 people for each show. For fucking a week or whatever, right? Or for a month. Like, that's smart. They should be doing that. 900, dude? Ugh. Oh, they'll sell 1,000 more before. Okay. They're just on the steady decline. Well, it's snowballing, but that's the thing. WWE's not like snowballing. The tickets are double the price. If they start slowly lowering them over the next year, they'll be able to keep these attendances up, no doubt. I saw WrestleMania tickets going for like $32K and shit, and people are buying them. It's unreal to me. I would never even. I love wrestling, but I don't know if I love it that much. You know, like, I better get flown out on a private fucking plane, preferably one that Vince didn't lurk within at any period during his fucking tenure in WWE. Right? But moving along here, we have more ticket updates, right? We're going to circle into some rating stuff. So Dynamite Fright Night, this is tonight. Okay, this is in like 10 minutes here. Time Cop, 2,733. They're set up for 3,200. Okay, I mean, for them to do 2,700 in AEW is like, okay, good job. How sad is that? How sad is that for them? And yeah, even if they sell out the 3,000, I mean, that's less than half the arena or building empty, right? So shout out Texas. Texas is a huge place. They've been all over Texas. You'd think after All In, people would be hot in Texas to like, oh, I got to go see Dynamite. But no, there's absolutely none of that. And they can't even do the 8,000. So stop crying about SmackDown and shit. Like, Sickos just got to focus on this, you know? And just like help criticize Tony Khan instead of just glazing everything he does. The same way I criticize WWE when it's warranted, right? So there's ratings talk that we need to talk about. But first, more seating. So this is tonight. Oh, sorry, no, they surpassed 3,000. So there's an update. See, give them the benefit of the doubt. They surpassed 3K. Solid house for AEW. 3K, no, 3 to 5 is like solid for them now. It is what it is. But we got like ratings talk and TV talk to talk about here. And I know it's all compelling. That's why I get it out of the way first, guys. But all the months. So Raj Giri says all those months of imaginary max numbers. And here's some reality for streaming versus linear. Tuesday's Thunder Rockets averaged 5.9 million viewers across NBC and Peacock. It did 5.1. I'm just rounding up here. Viewers on NBC. So the Peacock simulcast averaged 804K viewers, or only 14% of the total audience. Okay? So Dave Meltzer, with his fake fucking news, he won't even look at this fucking thing.
You know, poor people don't like AEW.
I bet he didn't even touch on this whatsoever. But NBA does about 14%. So this is updated. Like when we've been bitching and complaining and talking and going to Switchblade's numbers and, you know, talking about this shit on PWT over the last, like, what, year plus? We always go back to, okay, Lakers, Mavs did this. AEW's not beating that, right? Now we have new, like, evidence or just numbers to us. Okay, if NBA can get about 14% of its audience on the Peacock simulcast, then it's safe to assume that, and that's only 804,000 people, it's safe to assume that AEW doesn't do 30% of their audience, and it's like around 800,000, like Dave and like, or it's 500,000 even, like Dave and them would have you believe. Okay, so again, just good when the streamers reveal the numbers. Linear is dying. We can all accept that. The new big panel data shows you that these NBA, NFL, MLB, their ratings are all surging with the new big panel data. Whereas pro wrestling, it seems as though their ratings are lower than people may have thought. Although WWE, well, here's the thing. Everybody, again, is pointing to SmackDown and, oh, the attendance and all shit. Here's the thing with SmackDown, and look at the ratings. It's 1 million. SmackDown, which we'll talk about in WWE news as well, has been doing better than people predicted it would, even with the big panel data and all this tough sports competition. SmackDown's actually like surprised people. Everybody anticipated it would do its lowest rating, and it didn't. Meanwhile, AEW's continuously putting up their lowest ratings and shit, as we've and some of their lowest attendances, as we've talked about. So, it was the largest audience for an NBA tip-off doubleheader since 2010, as NBA returned to NBC and debuted on Peacock. Okay, so again, it's like one of the largest audiences for an NBA tip-off viewership-wise, and Dave and them want you to believe that AEW's pulling like 500,000 viewers every week on Dynamite on Max. It's just not plausible when you see shit like this, and then you compare them. We've all seen the graph. I used to show those graphs all the time on the show, the Nielsen, who dominates what in the fucking streaming space. Max is like the second lowest with like 1.8% of the viewership or whatever of streamers. YouTube is number one. That's why Switchblade will go to during the AEW pay-per-views. He'll look at who's in the live chat, because YouTube is like the number one streamer, you know, in the space. And so I don't know. I'm a dumb fuck. I'm not even doing good explaining this, but I hope you all appreciate my efforts in like just bringing this shit to the show, so you can defer back here and go, okay, well, it's all here. Yeah, let's move along here, okay? So basically, we all get this. We all understand AEW is not doing NBA numbers, but just here's more proof of that, and we just need to sort of, you know, chronicle it, as it were. So speaking of Switchblade, he says the BJ Bethel, Dave Meltzer fake AEW Max numbers have been exposed once and for all. The NBA tip-off game did 5.6 million combined on NBC and Peacock, with 5.096 million being on NBC. That means the game did no more than 554K viewers on Peacock. That is a 10.8% streaming to TV ratio. Again, like, I'm not going to sit here and break this all down, but yeah, it's just that AEW's doing, I called it from day one. A lot of people did. It's like probably, okay, giving them 100,000's generous. You know, there's probably 100,000 people who just like whip on Dynamite on HBO Max because they can, but they could be watching it on whatever the fuck There's about 100,000 diehard AEW fans who will buy every pay-per-view, tune into every fucking YouTube video, tune into every fucking CVV interview over the course of, like there's about 100,000, and not even obscure shit, only if it's out there, but there's about 100,000, like, it doesn't matter when Collision's on, they'll tune into it. We've sort of narrowed that, we figured that out, right? So we'll say, okay, they're doing about 100,000 viewers. Even I think that's generous on Max, every week. But it wouldn't shock me if like that or around that was the number. But I mean, we just beat this to death. I'm tired of this because we already called it out like 6 months ago. We knew this is going to be the case. So it's just funny. That's all. It's just owns Dave, makes him look stupid and whatnot. So speaking of looking stupid, you guys know that discussing film page, which rules, right? Like, there was discussing fish page, and I fucking bit it because I'm dyslexic as fuck, and I fell for the bait. But it was like, it said WBD accepted Paramount's 4th bid, and I was like, oh my god, this is crazy. But that actually didn't happen yet. But the companies that are interested, Apple, Amazon, I think we went over this before, but Apple, Amazon, Netflix, NBC, Universal, Paramount. Of course, Niccolo Piccolo's laid out how Paramount likely is who everybody is pushing for, including the president. So allegedly, according to the NY Post, the Trump administration reportedly really wants Paramount to acquire Warner Bros. Warner really needs to think really hard about the odds of success getting the deal cleared with players outside of Paramount Skydance, says a senior Trump administration official. Pretty crazy. So, speaking of Niccolo Piccolo, he breaks it all down here. His threads are impeccable. I just encourage everybody to check these out. I mean, I'm not going to read this all. I can't possibly, and I've already gone through these, right? So, but he just says the next 6 months will decide who controls the last true major studio in Hollywood. Warner Bros. Discovery is in play, and every move from Ellison, Roberts, Iger, and Zaslav is shaping what the post-2025 media looks like. Listen, go and read this thread at Niccolo Piccolo. I encourage you all. I'm not going to sit here and read this whole fucking, because we already know. We've read 2 or 3 of these already, okay, where he completely breaks this shit down like this is free game. Tony Khan should be looking at this. He's not gonna. He's probably making a fucking video in a bathroom somewhere right now, hyping up Dynamite. And so, but Niccolo Piccolo just says, spoiler alert, it's still Ellison. So what we broke down here on this show is that essentially it's conservative media that's sort of taking over and taking the forefront now. And I read something as well in the, I want to say the, whatever the fuck it was, the Hollywood Reporter, okay, where Paramount they're not even renewing Taylor Sheridan past 2028. Taylor Sheridan created fucking Yellowstone and like all these successful shows. Like they launched their fucking streamer with him like off his back, and so I think Paramount, they're gonna look at something like AEW and just be like, fuck this, and we're invested 5% in this. If WBD sells to them, like then they're invested. What Thurston and them assume is like 5%. So yeah, funny to say the least, and just a fucking ironic how it is sort of in a way WWE bullying them the ultimate way that nobody moving pay-per-views doesn't matter. I tried to say it, but Raj Giri says that Dynamite scored its lowest 18-49 demo rating in show history in its regular time slot for last Wednesday's post Wrestle Dream. The show featured competition from the second night of the NBA season. Dynamite averaged 477K viewers. Okay. A 0.08 in the key demo. In addition to the 18-49 rating being the lowest of all time for its regular time slot, the audience was the third lowest. Year over year, Dynamite was down 25% in total viewers, blah, blah, blah. Shout out Raj Giri. Listen. Meanwhile, we're seeing SmackDown and NXT have not as bad of ratings as people anticipated against the opening nights and against stiff competition as well. With streaming, that whole conversation of, oh, there's stiff competition, it doesn't even matter. None of this shit matters. It's all linear TV is just like, here's commercials. That's why AEW said, this is why people are like, why would Superman and Rick and Morty and shit put advertisements on AEW? Don't they know what it is? Yeah, but if WBD's bought into it at 5% and they just scoop off the top of all the pay-per-view sales or whatever wonky deal Tony's got worked out with them, and then they fucking just advertise their shit on it to 500,000 people no matter what, then it's all good. But it's not no matter what anymore. See, the problem is that last year they were over 500,000, and apparently, like early on in the AEW, TNT TBS relationship, it was always about them maintaining 500K or above, no matter what's on TV. Like as long as this show is a live TV show that does 500,000 people, no matter what. That was sort of the, okay, as long as they're doing 500,000, I just don't think WBD will ever get rid of it. Like it does enough for them to fill it, like whatever their goal was in that, right? Because they clearly want live TV on at this time. So like maybe they just don't have like a, and here's the other thing. Tony Khan had some relationships that might not run as deep anymore. There's rumors of all that. I don't want to even speculate on any of that because I don't know. But all I'm saying is this. It's now below 500,000, right? It's down 11% from last week. And year over year, did he put the year over year? I don't think he did, but last year I reckon it was higher than this. And the problem is this show in general is trending this way. It doesn't matter that other sports are on. We're so removed, like we're just so gone from that being a thing. Streaming is king. So it's like SmackDown's still doing over 1 million with no Roman, with no Cena on the show, and with stiff competition. AEW can't even crack the 500,000 mark for their main show. Okay. Meanwhile, Collision, they tried to play that game of, oh, well, it's had an increase of ratings as of late. Well, no, it hasn't. It's just been stuck behind fucking Dynamite. So it's just automatically they retain more of that Dynamite audience. But on its regular night, Collision's doing like Rampage canceled numbers. So it's only a matter of time before that show goes. I believe they're going to stick it as the third hour. You guys already know that. And I believe that because they're able to play some of these games and create a bit of a narrative like the one we're going to talk about right now. So Warner Bros. Has now rejected Paramount's bid to buy them 3 times. So when I got fished by that discussing fish account, they were like, they accepted the 4th bid. And I was like, no way. And so this is the last update right here. The 3rd bid has been rejected. But moving along here, we were just talking about Collision, and that last Saturday they did 228,000, a 0.04 in the key demo. And Dave will say, I mean, hey, they're all going over to HBO Max, Brian, but it's just not the case. This show's a nothing burger. They try and put important shit on there. What, Tony Khan thinks is important. But people just view it as like, that's a throwaway show, even for AEW fans. Think about that. Even the diehard Dynamite audience is like, Collision's whatever. I got shit to do. That's pretty crazy. And yeah, I would just stick this. I would just get rid of it. They're moving it around. They moved it. We're going to talk about that in a second too. They moved the Collision that was on a Saturday. So they don't even want their Collision show. So look at this. Dynamite and Collision episodes during Thanksgiving week next month will air back-to-back days just after Full Gear. See? So what do? Again, Phil don't miss with this shit, right? So Collision, they're playing with it. It's either Saturday, Thursday. They want to put it on Thursday, but there's a game of like, oh, what's TNA going to do? And TNA's playing a bit of, are they moving Collision to Thursday? There's a bit of that going on. And that's why Collision either gets bumped to Thursday or it gets stuck behind Dynamite. They're trying to figure out what's the best place for this show that isn't Saturday anymore. And so on Thursday, they're airing Collision. So, like, come on, we're going to miss that for sure. That's going to do like the word. And that's the thing. You don't know when Collision is. Just cancel it and make it a YouTube show, Tony Khan. And then it can be 3 hours, 2 hours for it. Doesn't matter. Just fucking make it a YouTube show like Dark Elevation, bro. Just get rid of this shit. Say Collision's going to YouTube, Kick, Twitch, and all this shit. And just ride it all into the ground until you fucking, because I'm sure Twitch will ban you on their fucking platform for some of the sicko shit you guys do and say. But I'm just saying, like, Twitch is whack, though. Let's be shout out Twitch. But as far as like when you try and do like the shit I do, or I don't know, it's really fucking. Some of these platforms, TOSs, have gotten really fucking weird. And Twitch has made it like easier to get monetized on there recently. Why? Because everyone's leaving that shit. But I still support it, I guess, right? But listen, this is all I'm saying. They're moving Collision around. It's on Thursday. When is this? Next, in a month from now. American Thanksgiving week, right? So, again, they're avoiding the head-to-head of WWE Survivor Series. So they are not even willing to air Collision head-to-head against Survivor Series. Like, what is this rating going to do for you? What is this Collision house going to do for you? What is this? Is it a last second, or were they taping it? I know that they tape it a lot on Thursday, but then they'll tape it after Wednesday sometimes. So they must have been already just taping it, so they're just going to air it live. Whatever, man. It's just this dead toss-away show that would be better for them if they just like marketed it online and shit, in my opinion. But Tony Khan just forces this. Like, he's just forcing his way into the history books with this shit, and it's gross. And it's funny how Rampage is just long forgotten about. Like, the same thing will happen to Collision. What do you think's going to happen to it? They'll just forget about it and toss it away, or just give it new life on YouTube or something. Tony, take my advice. I'm trying to help. This is crazy. This is fucking crazy. So, or they'll try and get away with putting Collision on the third hour of Dynamite, which I think is what they're gonna rely on last. But I don't think they want to do it because motherfuckers like me are calling it out. Roger Geary says Collision scored its lowest 18-49 rating in show history for its regular time slot. So it was behind. It's been on Thursdays, behind Dynamite, this, that, and the third. They moved the time, tailgate brawl ahead of time than normal, ahead of the pay-per-view, earlier, later, blah, blah, fucking blah. They go back to their regular time slot, their lowest key demo in show history. Tough competition from Game 2 of the World Series. Go Jays. Collision averaged 228K, down 43% from the prior week. Now, the prior week, they were behind Dynamite, so that doesn't even fucking count. That doesn't even count. Down 64% from the key demo. We shouldn't even be allowed to count that one, because it was behind Dynamite last show. In addition, the 18-49 rating is the second lowest in show history. Collision had really strong competition. Who cares? So does every show, which averaged 11.4 million viewers. Dude, holy World Series crushing, bud, which were down from Friday's game 1. And when Canadian teams are in playoffs and shit, dude, it surges here too. Like the viewership for, if the Raptors are in the NBA playoffs, the viewership surges in Canada too. If fucking the Jays are in the World Series, year over year, Collision was down 29% in total viewers. Rating was down 56%. So there you go. That's what I want to look at right there. Okay. Collision was down 29%, and the key demo was down 56% from last year. Where, I don't know, is the show in its regular time slot? When did they start moving it around? I'm not sure, but just we saw the writing on the wall with Collision. I'm telling you, this is the writing on the wall, or pardon me, with Rampage. This is the writing on the wall with Collision. It's the writing on the wall. And so the Observer, I'm sure this fucking pained Seltzy Meltzy to say,
Best guys, Tony Khan.
AEW Collision avoids going head-to-head with WWE Survivor Series, Brian. They listen to these chuckle fucks, and now they're avoiding going head-to-head entirely. Entirely. Because they know that they'll just get smashed to Obliviacry. Okay, so that was our ratings talk and all of that shit. Let's reel it in. Let's take a look at this Dynamite Fright Night card that we're looking at here, that we're watching here. Let's hit the reset button. We got more AEW news. Most definitely. So when the show starts with Cassidy, Garcia, and Yuta, you know you're cooked. Yeah, when the show starts with these three dudes, you're cooked. And here's the thing. I know that everybody's like, the 4 pillars of AEW. The real 4 pillars of AEW are Darby, Garcia, Yuta, and Cassidy, because they've been shoved down our throats more than anyone. They don't do ratings. Like, I'm sorry. No one gives a shit. They're cringe. They're tiny. And they just do hardcore garbage, and they embody what fucking AEW is. So we have more AEW stuff to get into. What's chat saying? Guys, hit like. There's over 200 watching. I started a little late tonight, so appreciate you all for tuning in. Just some quick plugs. Guys, youtube.com/at Pro Wrestle Clips, the main channel. We blew right past 7,200 subs. We're almost at 7,300 subs. So make sure you guys hit like and subscribe. Even if you're hate watching.
We got a couple haters.
Make sure you guys super chat in or gift some memberships or become a member for only 99 cents, and you get access to my weekly bonus shows. I appreciate you guys so much. That's how you can support that way, or check out my Patreon, okay? Also, Dave Meltzer, Dumb Moment of the Week, my new podcast, goes live on YouTube Thursdays, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific, or 4 Pacific. I don't fucking know. And just be there, okay? 8 Eastern on YouTube, and then the replays go up wherever you listen to podcasts in audio form as well. And yeah, make sure you guys all tune in for that. We got more AEW news to get into, though, okay? Appreciate you guys. And yeah, let's get into things. What story are we doing next here? This graphic here, I guess, for Dynamite. Fright Night 4-way fight. Who cares? And then a Fright Night 4-way fight. So 2 Fright Night 4-way fights. And then you got Hayter and Aminata in the quarterfinals against the Sisters of Sin. Aminata and Hayter will lose. They're glorified jobbers. No offense. Moxley versus O'Reilly. Gives a fuck. Like, okay, Moxley's fucking Moxley's like feuding Paragon or whatever, the conglomeration again. And it's just the Death Riders running amok. And the Callis Family Summit. Okay? So we're going to see all the Callis guys in there. And that is what it is. We have some like miscellaneous AEW news to run through, like updates on injuries, contracts, creative shit, stuff like that, you know? And we are going to get into that. Sorry, I'm fucking around in Discord here. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let's get into, yes, we have more AEW news to get to, okay? So Billy Gunn recently mentioned on Fuel and Flex that he has stress fractures in his back. His team reached out to clarify that it's a very old injury, and the reason he's absent from TV is due to not being booked by AEW Creative. Billy is fine. This is a very old injury that he has dealt with for years. It does not interfere with wrestling or training. It just gets sore if he trains too heavy or hard. Attached is a video today showing everyone he's okay because of the internet. Our phones have been blowing up asking, is his back hurt? His absence from AEW is due to him not being booked by Creative. Yeah. So I've heard that he is like, his deal will be up soon and he might go back to WWE soon and all that because, yeah, it has nothing to do. He can't be frozen because it's not that he's injured why people haven't seen him. Like the rumors that were out there, it's because he's just not being used. And same with the Gun Boys. Like they haven't been hurt or they're both healed up or for sure one of them is and they're just not being used. So I don't know, man. Tony Khan fucking up, just let them go. Let them all go to NXT. Those Gun Boys should go to NXT. They would run the tag division. They would be so good in the tag. They would breathe new life into that tag division right now. 100%. And they would have an awesome reign with the titles. They could even have their dad in their corner. And then they could go babyface, then have like an epic heel run. You want Billy Gunn back there. You got DX and the Click and everybody running NXT and SmackDown and Raw and everything anyways. You might as well get Billy Gunn down there. And yeah, I think they should definitely go in that direction. So Kota Ibushi, speaking of injuries though, Kota Ibushi has already started his rehab and getting up from his wheelchair. So like he's pushing it so hard. Dude, when you do a comeback like this back in the day, like Triple H blows out his quad and then he goes away for like a year, does super Megazordroids, and then comes back and is, it's all about that game and how you play it. And then he wins the undisputed title. That's not what Ibushi's doing. He's just pushing it, but it's like, how old is he? Like you can't push yourself to bounce back from this thing in the state you're already in, bro. Slow down. It might make it worse. Like he just wants to get back in the ring. Like you don't need to get back in the fucking ring, dude. He's 43 years old. Yeah. So I just don't know if this is the move. I want him to get healthy and I hope he's wealthy and healthy and happy and all that shit. I like Kota Ibushi, his shit in the Cruiserweight. If you're just like a Fed E-drone, his shit in the Cruiserweight Classic. He had a few matches in NXT. But I mean, his nude shit ruled, man. He was fucking crazy. And just a lot of the shit he did. I mean, yes, he wrestled blow up dolls and shit. If you can put that aside and, watch his wrestling. I mean, he had some fucking brilliant, just watch the Cruiserweight Classic. It just shows you like he could have been in WWE. They probably would have pushed him to the fucking moon. Right. And he would have gotten over as fuck. Like he knows what he's doing. He just likes to do crazy ass flippy shit with Kenny Omega, that's just what he wants to do. Hey, I mean, it's shitty. Some people say that that's worse because they know it, that they shouldn't be doing this shit, but then they do it anyways. And that's a fair argument for sure. But here's Ibushi, here's his update. I guess I could have just been playing this while I've been babbling, but yeah, the fact he's like already standing up and shit, it's crazy. I just don't want him to like re-injure himself. Rehab. It's rehabilitation, not push it to the limit. The limit, walk along the razors. So AEW Women's Tag Title Tournament starts next week, which is this week. Time Cop! Aminata and Hayter versus the Sisters of Sin. So Sisters of Sin are going to win that one, because Aminata and Hayter are glorified jobbers, two glorified jobbers, which is a fucking shame. Aminata needs to get into NXT as well. She needs to get the fuck out of AEW. Willow and Harley just thrown together, dude. Thrown together teams. Like, oh God. Harley just goes like from friend to friend to friend to friend to friend group to friend group. Then she's Harley Graham. Then she's Puppet Harley. Then it's now she's just friends with Willow. It's like, all right, man. Willow and Stat was right there with Stokely and shit. They established that it just disappeared out of nowhere. And then fast forward like 6 months to a year. Or how long have they been split up? Fast forward 6 months, Stat's the world champ, and Willow's just in a team with Harley. Fucking great booking. Like, and then Monet and Athena, who just like have beef, but they're kind of friendly, but they're both like we're reigning with our titles forever. Okay. But Monet and Athena are going to win that. Obviously, this is the most obvious tournament ever. So then Windsor and Rio. So Rio comes back. Everyone's going to say she's getting bullied again because people are going to say her fucking match stinks or whatever their opinion is on her. I like Rio personally. You guys know that. I fucking put her over. It doesn't trigger me like the little Japanese wrestler doing like ninja shit like Muda or Ultimo Dragon or whatever. Like I don't know. I've always been into it. But Windsor, who was shoved down our throats and then all of a sudden just gets banished to Ring of Honor out of nowhere. It just shows you Tony has no real long-term plans. He just hired Bruv's wife, pushed her in a title match, had her go over on people and shit, win 4 ways of people on the main roster. Then she fucking gets a title shot, loses, goes down to Ring of Honor, creeps up to team with Riho, and they're clearly going to lose to Tony and Mina. They're clearly going to lose. Each of these matches we know who's going to win. And then you have Bane and Ford versus Ty J. That's the one match I would say we don't know who's going to win. Like, okay, I could see Tony fucking around and putting Ty J over, but I think it's safe to assume Bane and Ford are going to win. I would say it's like 80-20 or like 70-30 on that one, Bane and Ford. So you're going to get Bane and Ford versus Tony and Mina. I see Tony and Mina winning. You're going to get Monet and Athena versus Sisters of Sin. Monet and Athena are going to win. And then we're going to get Monet, Athena, Tony, and Mina. I'm a poet and didn't know it. Monet, Athena, Tony, and Mina. I got hoes. I got hoes in different areas. Sounds like a fucking ludicrous rap, dude. Monet, Athena, Tony, and Mina. A little bit of Monica in my life. A little bit of Mina's all I need. A little bit of Tony's all I see. Right, dude? A little bit of Monet in the sauna. So I think the finals will be Tony, Mina, Monet, and Athena, and then obviously we'll see because again, I follow this shit closer than most sickos, I bet, but like Mina is technically ROH. She lost her belt to Monet. She's going to want to get her belt back, but plus she's going to want to go after that ROH women's title that Athena has. So and then Tony obviously wants to get back at Monet and like it's too predictable, man. It's just such elementary level tournament booking to where you can't get hyped for this. And then I legit don't know. I could see Tony and Mina beating Monet and Athena for the world tag titles, and then Tony will go, and now Mina and Tony get shots at Monet and Athena's singles titles. That's what he's gonna do. It's what he's gonna do. I'm calling it right now. So whatever. I'll give that an X-Files maybe fantasy mark booking.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
I mean, if what I'm predicting doesn't happen, good, because I didn't see it coming, I guess. But it's just such a predictable outcome, and they're going to win the tag titles, then get a shot at these singles titles, and then eventually it'll lead to Monet and Athena are going to duke it out because Monet's going to get that world title off Athena. It just will happen. At some point, she will have the Ring of Honor title as well. Tony owns the company. There's no way he doesn't fucking do that as part of this Ultimo Dragon belt collecting shit. So, yeah, just a lackluster tournament, to say the least. And we saw all of those teams fight each other in a 4-way. Or not all of them. Like, there were other teams. But, like, we saw that 2/3 of the division get cleared out in a fucking 4-way already. In a 4-way clusterfuck tag already before the opening round. So it's like, well, now you're just going to beat everyone again. It's so bad. Just to get your single stars over. Mina, Tony, Monet, and Athena are all single stars. So they're going to do this whole thing instead of pushing the Sisters of Sin and that other fucking team, the Ty J or whatever, and building them up and building a division around them. They're going to fucking Just give it to their singles women. It's so funny. Oh fuck, dude. It just pops me so hard to think about, like, because it's just like, bro, you couldn't get like any fucking dumber, you know? Like you couldn't fucking just like predictably ruin shit worse than it has been. Tegan Knox finally gets her gig on Collision. Now, I doubt she's on the main roster, quote unquote, on salary or whatever. But here's Ty J. Which this Ty J team, honestly, I gotta be honest, it sucks. Like, it's not even a good team. And Tegan Knox shows up with, I'm so sorry, I forget her wife. This is her wife, I believe, right? This is her partner or wife. I'll just call her your wife, dude. Don't be gay, dude. That's your wife, right? No, but Tegan's wife is a wrestler as well. I'm pretty sure, and they are like a tag team on Collision. Okay, why didn't they come in and have a run, or like you build the division, or like, okay, good. They're beefing with Ty J. Does Ty J just knock them off before they get in the tournament? Like, again, whatever match happens with Ty J is too predictable because we know that Ty J's in this tournament, so they're going to win their match against Tegan and her chick. Or if Ty J loses to Tegan and her chick, then Tegan and her chick should be in the fucking tournament. Tony's the worst booker, I think, who's ever lived. Are you guys following this? I'm going psycho, just like trying to hammer logic across and shit with this whole women's tag division. I don't fucking know, dude. It's driving me nuts here, but good, like good additions. Okay, you have a women's tag division. Good. Tegan Knox is a pro wrestler through and through. Okay.
So sorry to interrupt.
She looks great too. She looks shredded. She's keeping her WWE look kind of going. The vibrant colors
Ty?
and whatnot.
How's it been?
And so she remembers Ty J from NXT. They just made, hey, Ty, how's it been? From NXT, guys. No one fucking cares, okay?
Lucha baddie, Miranda Alizé.
Miranda Alizé. I think that's her wife.
Next to know the
I got to pause a bunch. It's AEW. They'll
girl
snipe me.
with the
Get fucking Don Stevens, who we're going to talk about later.
shiniest wizard. You know. And it's no secret, and we know that you know that we are two of the best wrestlers on the independent circuit. So we thought maybe, just maybe, because we are such an incredible team both in and out of the ring, we thought we'd come with the best wrestle, right? And that is AEW. You're right, but that was a little bit rude.
Well, that was I'm so sorry, Ty. Hold on. Listen to Ty come in.
You're right, but that was a little bit rude. And we don't really like rude people around here.
Good.
But do you know what we like? We like a good challenge. And if you want to fight, you got one.
Perfect. I am so scared. Let's go. Oh my gosh.
She better be.
Ooh.
See you in the ring. She gonna get burned. Oh, playing with fire. Tell you.
They both play with fire. She sounds deaf. No, sounds like Miles Bourne, dude. I understand Miles Bourne better.
So
I'm just saying, right? Like Anna Jay, maybe let her cut the fucking promo in that instance, right? Like we need a promo class over there. What's Billy Gunn doing? Sitting at home? Get him fucking doing promo class. He's not even the greatest promo of all time, but god damn it, like what the fuck is going on, man? Enunciate a little bit, right? Like fucking Io Sky knows that she has a thick accent, so she really enunciates when she's fucking talking, right? But I digress. So moving along here, that's my rant on the women's tag division. More on creative booking stuff here. Tony Khan, his dressing room last week, his picture on his thing is Time Cop. I mean, how fucking funny is that?
It's great.
He genuinely loves Time Cop that much. 1 cage, 2 rings. So Blood and Guts goes down November 12th in Greensboro Coliseum. And I think that, yes, it's on a Wednesday. It's a Dynamite Blood and Guts. November 12th, guys, go and get your tickets. And 2 rings, 2 cages. Hopefully it's a good old time. And it's happening right around Survivor Series, where we're going to get 2 rings, 2 cages, and War Games in WWE. So we'll compare these shows 1 to 1 because it's essentially the same fucking idea, right? The reason Cody Rhodes brought Blood and Guts to AEW was because he couldn't use the term War Games. And I'm pretty sure he was the guy who was the reason why they brought Blood and Guts to AEW in the first place, if I'm not mistaken. So speaking of Tony Khan, Devon Dudley recalls meeting with Tony Khan, and he says all 3 were a bust. Now, again, I told you guys this a long time ago on the fucking show. Tony wanted him to wrestle. And I've conspiracy theorized a little bit. So right around that time, like, Devon's sons started wrestling. TNT, they're called, right? And they were wrestling on some dark matches and on Dark Elevation, maybe on Collision, maybe on Dynamite once, whatever. And Tony was trying to get Devon. He wanted Devon to wrestle. Now, he had Christian under contract. I think around that time, maybe just after that, he got Edge, but he also got the Hardys. He had both the Hardys on the roster. And I've been trying to find out, and I'm curious if Bully Ray could comment on or answer this. I don't know if we could like ask him this on Busted Open. Shit, if you guys are fans of Busted Open, maybe be like, hey, Phil Marks on PWT was wondering if this, or even just ask yourself. Don't say any of that. Just be like, hey, just get the answer and tag me and hit me up, But was Tony reaching to Bully around that time? Because he was cool with Busted Open, then he wasn't, and now he's going back on Busted Open again, just not with Bully present or whatever. But he was cool with Busted Open for a while there. I wonder, was he trying to get Bully in the company? Because if he was, we know what he was doing. He was going to try and do TLC with Edge, ENC, the Dudleys, and the Hardys, 100%. But then obviously Jeff Hardy shit went down. Matt left the company. Devon wouldn't wrestle. Why would he do his last wrestling in AEW too? It's ridiculous. Bully got heat with AEW because it just busted open in general. And then Edge ended up signing or whatever. Like that was the last piece there. So we know he wanted Devon to wrestle, and that's why all the talks fell through for him to come in. He's like, well, I could be a producer or some shit. And Tony's like, no, we want you to do a tables match. Can you hang off the belts and fall again? So, yeah, good thing Devon didn't do that. And I'm glad that their send-off was in TNA, because the Hardys and the Dudleys, I would say, are just as important to WWE as they are to TNA, if not more important to TNA than they are to WWE, But speaking of like legal chaos and buffoonery, legal chaos around Andrade could cost hundreds of thousands. So no shit, people getting sued. So speaking of buffoonery, well, let's do some more. Just more tidbits, and then we have some funny little AEW bits to get into. But AEW reportedly hopes that Swerve Strickland will be able to return to the ring in December. He underwent surgery to repair torn meniscus and has been off TV. That's courtesy of Fightful. And Cultaholic. Yeah, hopefully he can come back. Like, I'm a Swerve fan. I think that you could go with Swerve versus anyone instead of Garcia and Yuta and fucking Cassidy and shit to open the show. I don't think that would hurt AEW in any way, right? So moving along here. Nigel McGuinness confirms he re-signed with AEW. He says, my manager and agent sort of handled all that side of things. I just re-signed along the dotted line. We sort of re-upped when it became clear that I was going to be getting in the ring again. It's ostensibly the same contract, I believe. Okay, so he wrestles randomly now. I don't know. Anyone can get cleared at AEW. So speaking of contracts and re-signings, an AEW star revealed their contract expires next year. So Angel Ortiz. We'll circle back to Angel Ortiz. Okay, how about that? So Devon claims that talent in AEW have frustrations over Tony Khan, allowing others to call the shots. So Devon had this to say. There's just certain things about the organization. I love the talent. I think the talent is great. There's no question about that. But there's a feeling that certain people in the organization that call the shots, I'm not a big fan of them. And Tony Khan lets that happen. I've got nothing against AEW as a company. I've got nothing against Tony Khan. I just don't like the way the organization is run, and that's about it. Again, I've got friends in AEW. I've met new people at autograph signings like Will Ospreay, who's a great guy, and a lot of the talent in AEW have the same frustration that I see. They just wish that certain people wouldn't be calling the shots and that Tony would take more control, but yet give it to somebody that knows what they're doing. And then Ricochet, though, I don't know if it's in the Sicko segment, but he like called out Devon. He's like, little does he know that actually what Tony Khan does is this, this, and that. And it's like, bud, this was before you fucking worked there, Finger Shay.
You fucked up! You fucked up! You fucked up!
Shut the fuck up. Quit glazing so hard. Jesus, man. It's just a turnoff. Like, literally, people are turning the show off. Raj Giri proved it. YouTube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Look for the clip I did where Ricochet is ratings poison for AEW. So Devon said, I just don't like the way AEW's run. And I mean, who can blame him, dude? It is what it is. But Angel Ortiz, speaking of how AEW's run and people just doing kind of what they want, and people re-signing and whatnot, Angel Ortiz, he reveals that his contract expires next year. So he's just going to be benched for another year. Why? Because Tony Khan didn't see him as anything else other than LAX. Okay? And then what happened? Him and Santana got in a big fucking fight about it. It got physical. Okay? Now that's according to Conan. So we're not stooging anything here. You guys go listen to K100.
Conan!
So they got physical with each other. Santana stayed cool, stayed professional, kept asking for his release, got his release. Santana would have still been under contract for another year, guys. Look at what he's done in this last year. Going to WWE for sure. TNA World Champion. TNA having a resurgence, and he's the fucking lead. He's one of the lead head guys. He's so fucking over with the TNA fans. He bulked up. He got serious. His fucking career's on another level right now as a solo. Angel Ortiz, what did he do? They got in a fight because Santana was telling Angel, this is allegedly, okay? I'm sure Conan's broke it down better than I, but what happened?
Allegedly.
Santana's like, yo, dude, we need to ask for more. We're worth more. Like not money, but like we can be pushed. We should be doing more. We deserve the tag titles. Like we're not just this third-rate act, whatever the argument was. I don't know the details, but it was just Santana wanted more. And Angel was going, nah, dude, let's just lay in the cut. We're getting paid. Let's lay in the cut. Now we've chronicled it on this show. This is like the third or fourth time this year now where Angel's popped up and he's like, talking about Santana, talking about, fuck, I should be used in AEW. Yeah, my contract's up in a year. He even got jacked up himself. Angel did. He got in the best shape of his life and got jacked up, hoping, and which is the right thing to do. Shout out Angel for that. But they got in a physical altercation because Angel was like, yo, let's lay in the cut and fucking get paid. And I'm just cool. I don't want to rock the boat. Santana's like, we just need to get the fuck out of here. And he wanted to do it with Angel. Good thing. Things happen for a reason. I'm not shitting on Angel, but things happen for a reason. Now look at Santana, right? But Angel Ortiz, he revealed as of right now, I have about a year left with the company, give or take. I would love to stay there. I love working at AEW. I have been coaching and producing, which is helping me learn a new skill in wrestling and will give me more time in the business. It's also making me a better wrestler because I'm helping others plan matches and looking at things from a different point of view. I really enjoy it. Something I've always wanted to do, and now I have a chance to do it there. Good. And hopefully they keep him on for a producer for years and years to come. I really do hope so. Even if I stay just to coach and produce while still being able to wrestle, I'd be happy. See that? Angel doesn't. Santana's like, I can be world champion. And he became world champion. Angel's just like, I'll just lay in the cut. See that? So those rumors, I believe them just based on this, just based on what we've seen, right? So he goes, that's the best of both worlds. Since I still get to perform, if they keep me, I think I'd definitely stay. Yeah, because it's guaranteed money. Just stay in shape. You'd be doing that anyways. If you stopped pro wrestling and like we're selling cars or something, we're about to get into Marco Stunt in a bit, Angel would be fucking staying in shape anyways. I guarantee it. So you might as well just Yeah, lay in the cut, but he's not fucking wrestling at all. That's really sad. Angel was great, and Santana, Angel and Angel and Mike Santana were amazing together. So moving along though, Ortiz says he's been doing some coaching and all of that. Well, we just talked about that, right? And hopefully he finds his way. Speaking of LAX though, Angel says there's a huge part of me that didn't want the tag team to break up, only because I don't feel we really fleshed out our full potential. There were signs of it. It was there, but really we needed to still evolve as a team as far as the storytelling aspect of tag team wrestling. When it's done well, it's awesome. Yeah, they should have been more. They should have been like your longest reigning tag team champs in history or something like that. But Tony just didn't know what the fuck he was doing. It should have been legendary feuds between the Bucks, Jurassic Express, the Lucha Brothers, and LAX and SCU if they could stay healthy. It should have been like those four, that's your division, just going nuts, telling a bunch of different stories and shit. They just couldn't do it. They just couldn't lock it down. They just couldn't figure it out. I have no clue why. But I feel we had glimmers of it, but we didn't get to the top of our game as a tag team. I'm a believer in never say never. And he said that they were supposed to become AEW World Tag Champs multiple times, and it never happened because plans changed and shit like that. Right? But speaking of changes, times they are changing. I brought this up. So light-skinned Kingpin Ricochet had this to say about Devon. So I jumped the gun there, but he says, this is not true. If Tony wants something to happen or not happen, I promise you he will make the final decision. And it's like, bro, this happened before you worked there. Like, shut the fuck up, man. It's just the greebly grovelingness of these wrestlers sometimes. Speaking of greebly groveling and backstage drama, MVP and Mike Bailey linked up again. So again, Phil don't miss us, spot on. Like, these guys they bury the hatchet once again backstage. Just to let everyone know, like, they're both profesh. It's just that MVP in his heart believes that he would help Gates of Agony more than Mike Bailey and Jet Speed, who shouldn't even be a fucking tag team. You know what I'm saying?
But I saw.
Like, it's just a random fucking shitty team. I'm sorry. Like, they're both good wrestlers that you signed the same week, so you stuck them in a tag team. And, like, I guess they're becoming known as a tag team in AEW, but I just think something about it just doesn't work for me, pal. Even when they were the matching.
You said online that I was the nicest guy in the locker room, or one of them, I don't remember. So I just want to look you in the eye and say, fuck you, man.
Man, you're going to ruin my reputation, man. God, you're going to ruin my reputation. Fuck. Come on, man. Yeah, you're a nice fucking guy. You're
See,
talented.
no, you ruined your own reputation by being nice and saying such nice things online. You got to stop being nice to people.
But I'm honest to a fault. That's my problem. I'm honest to a fault. Fuck all of you.
Fuck you all. But I saw.
Mike Bailey really doesn't give a fuck about this guy doesn't want to put me over. Mike Bailey's not going to cry about that like Darby Allin. Okay? Mike Bailey, I fucking have tremendous respect and am a fan of Speedball. I got to be honest. Because he does have a legit martial arts acumen and shit like that, but it's just a matter of he's vocally stated it without coping online. He's like, I genuinely don't care if I go to WWE. Like, I just want to have fun, travel the world, make money, and fucking have wild matches with my friends. And it's like, there you go, dude. And then you have like Ospreay coping over WWE in every interview. You have like Kingston coping over WWE when he's never even been there because they're like, you could be a coach. And he's like, nah, I do Muay Thai. I still got more to give. I do Muay Thai. Right? Mike Bailey is just straight up. He's like, I don't give a fuck. You know? Like, who cares? Fucking pro wrestling, bro. So shout out Mike Bailey for being cool as well. Some people's egos we've seen over the years, like Jericho and MVP don't get along. Why? It's not like they can't just hash their shit out face to face. It's that they're fucking, you know what I mean? Like, they're both going to be like, oh, bow up and want to fight and shit. So Anyways, Matt Hardy says the Darby Allin and John Moxley fish tank spot at AEW Wrestle Dream was not the greatest thing he's seen on TV, but was by no means the worst thing AEW has done. Now, this is the problem, Matt Hardy.
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
I don't know why I hit that sound, but Matt, that's not a good thing when you say that. It's not the worst thing they've done. That's not good. When we're in that territory, that's what we say about AEW. Yeah, I mean, that was fucked up, but it's not the worst thing they've ever done. It's all downhill from there. You know? It's like a fucking crackhead. I just jerked a guy off. I never blew him for crack before. I didn't blow him yet. I'm not please. I just jerked the guy off for crack. I didn't, please, come on. It's not the worst thing I've done for crack. Or what are you talking about? Fucking terrible garbage. It really was, you know? And I was the same way. I was like, it didn't really trigger me. I watched some deathmatch shit and laugh at it. But not only that, it's like, again, AEW, I said the same thing about myself. I had the same critique. Like, this isn't even the worst thing they've done. Didn't really shock me that they did this. To be honest, like I've said it, what's he going to do? Pull a pigeon out of his ass next? So it didn't even really shock me, but that's not a good thing. I criticize myself for having the same take as Matt Hardy, but yeah, it's alarming when we're all just like, whatever. Well, what are they going to do next? You know, light someone on fire. Oh, they tease that every week. So gives a shit. Speaking of teases, Andrade may return to WWE after his release. After all, like WWE, there's rumors that they might try and take him from AEW and make him work on WWE TV after he just took out Kenny Omega in AEW, which is pretty funny. One of their top guys. So random news. Fans call out AEW for pretending to care about Camille with birthday posts amid TV hiatus. So, guys, there's some fucking intern running the AEW Twitter account. So just don't worry about that. They just have a list of names with birthdays and go, oh, it's this person's birthday, right? It's some fucking 22-year-old who doesn't even know what AEW is doing the fucking Twitter for them. But they don't care about they don't care about Camille. Okay, it's her goddamn birthday and they don't give a shit about her. We know that. She's just booked or benched. And apparently, though, she got nuclear heat because, and this allegedly, she got like uber heat because what happened was she did some funky shit while negotiating her deal, where she, I guess, more or less, I'm going to butcher it if I say it, so I'm not even going to fucking go out there, but I just heard shit like she had a deal with one company, basically was like accepted it, but then used it to get the more money from the other company or whatever the fuck. Like she just did some funky shit that Tony didn't like, and it got like nuclear heat on her, and that's why they brought her in just for that, to save face during when that movie came out, because there was other TNA stars or AEW stars, and then Naomi, when she was in TNA, I believe, filmed her shit for that movie. But there was other AEW stars in that movie about Mildred Burke or whatever the fuck, and Camille, they literally just brought her back for that. That was just to kind of save face. Hey, she's in this movie too, so we'll use her. And they had never had any intention of, like, whatever she did got her so much heat that if Tony didn't even have to use her then, he was not going to use her then. But she was like a bigger name in the movie than anyone else, so they just had to use her, essentially. This is the rumors that are going around, okay? Rumors and innuendo. I'm a dumb fuck. Don't listen to me. I'm not a dirt sheet. AEW has filed a trademark, though, for Big Van Walter. Big Van Walter.
Oh, my God. It's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Like, Tony Khan is so void of creativity, which we're going to talk about in a bit. He just blatantly stole a WWE commercial, which we're going to talk about soon. But Big Van Walter is just Big Van Vader and Walter mashed together into one fucking name. Like, how does that make any sense? How is that a fucking name that you're going to give to somebody? Now, some people are saying it's for Who's the guy who was in NXT and they did the fucking angle where his head got squished by the stairs and then he showed up on a collision? What was his name again? He was in WWE. This guy right here. This guy right here. I got a clip of him.
Come Tuesday, come Tuesday, come Tuesday.
This guy. Who's the Come Tuesday guy? People think it's going to be his name in AEW, and they're going to trademark it and treat him like a real WWE guy, pal. And it's good if AEW is going to start creating characters, giving them names, owning IP and shit. That's good. That's a good thing. I would just say that if it is for this guy, Von Wagner was his name. If, you know, just Big Van Walter, okay? It's like, it's Big Van Vader. You already have Big Bill. Walter's already a famous wrestler. Von Wagner, Van Walter. It's close enough, but now you're calling this guy Big, but when WWE calls Bronson Reed Big, no one's going to say shit about this. Like when Big Van Walter. So okay, I don't know where I got muted there. Sorry, guys. I'm flipping out about this stupid ass name. Okay. Big Van Walter. It's too close to Big Van Vader. Okay. Walter and Von Wagner are close. Walter's already a famous wrestler. Big Van Walter. Okay. You already have Big Bill. When WWE calls people Big Bronson Reed, all the sickos fucking melt down about it. No one's gonna say shit. It's just such a bad name, and this is a bigger deal than I think people are making it out to be. I'm all for Tony Khan creating more IP and bringing guys in. And Von Wagner, let's face it, he doesn't know about wrestling past, like, do I use my real name or do I use the fucking name that someone else gives me? Or, you know, I'm all for Tony Khan creating characters, creating his own names, creating his IP and all this shit, making it more sports entertainment. But Big Van Walter is just too on the nose, and it's too like Big Van Walter. Like, we know you're just ripping off two WWE things, mashing them together, or two other things that you didn't invent, mashing them together. You're going to give it to this ex-WWE guy. You're not going to push him. You're not going to do anything with it. And you already have Big Bill. And the sickos won't cry about Big Van Walter, but they cry about Big Ben Bishop and Big fucking Bronson Reed and Bearcat Keith Lee and all this shit. So they're not going to keep the same energy. And it's just more egg on their fucking faces with bad ideas and names like that. Okay? That's what the fuck I'm getting at, chat. Before I muted myself, god damn it. So speaking of other news here, I wasn't going to miss Jeff Jarrett. He is in his hometown working fucking indie right now. I was hoping it wouldn't cut off before he hit the stroke there. So Enzo Amore, a.k.a. Real One, reveals that he reached out to AEW multiple times and they had no interest. So speaking of Big Bill, I've been a proponent of they need to book Big Bill with Enzo Amore and put them back together. That shit would make money. Why not? WWE made a bunch of money with them. They were white hot. Vince McMahon pushed Enzo to the fucking moon. Tony Khan's just two sour grapes to do Big Bill and fucking Enzo.
Oh, hey.
I don't get it.
Let's just be fair. We got a couple haters.
So I just don't get why Tony won't flesh out his tag division, breathe new life into it, you know, get Enzo Amore and fucking Big Cass together. Kaz XL. Speaking of trademarks, Chris Jericho filed, or his trademark filing for the Jericho Vortex has been abandoned, ladies and gentlemen. So it was removed from
just made the list.
And the Jericho Vortex was fucking dumb anyway.
Stupid idiot.
You know, Brian Last invented that. And I mean, not to hate on Jericho, no, but it's just further proof he's leaving AEW, because what is he going to do with the Jericho Vortex in WWE? They're not going to allow that to be a thing. That's not a thing in WWE. That's an AEW thing. It's just more proof he's priming up and getting ready to go back to WWE, and I'm excited for that. I honestly am. I think the crowd's going to go huge, go crazy for that shit. And he, you know, a lot of people are like, oh, I can't wait for you E-drones to fucking glaze Jericho when he comes back and all this shit. But it's like, we've been glazing Jericho. We fucking been glazing Chris Jericho, dude. And on that note, we cue the music.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let it get wild. Yay!
So, okay, we have some funny AEW bits to get into. F1 WGP7, guys. Before I read super chat, this super chat here, guys, you can super chat in. If you support the show, you guys can become a member for only 99 cents. You can gift memberships to a little trick or treat. My Halloween special is going to be on Friday, the PWT Halloween special. Dave Meltzer, Dumb Moment of the Week, Thursdays, 8 p.m. Eastern. My new podcast, live on YouTube and then wherever podcasts are at. Or just hit like, subscribe, retweet, hit the heart, one of those shits. Thank you guys so much for being here. F1WGP7 for 5 says, it's Petty Con again. Big Van Walter was Gunther's name originally. Yeah. He was Big Van Walter, wasn't he? Oh, man, that's so fucking Tony McCon. That's so cringe. To
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Gunther's name and then give it to Von Wagner. Oh my God. If that's what he does, he's the worst booker of all time. And then just to do some petty ass shit and for nobody to call it out. That's so fucked up to do. That's crazy fucked up. Thank you so much for your super chat, your support. Statlander's cutting a promo. Round of applause for everybody here watching the show. Hope you guys like the Jericho drop there. Yeah, dude, Big Van Walter. That is fucking crazy. That's crazy that that's his fucking name and they're just trademarking it because it's free. It's just like when he tried to do Bash at the Beach and all that shit. He's just an unoriginal knockoff hack. Okay. We got some more news here, Chad. I'm just fucking chugging down this iced coffee. And I'm doing meth. No. Oh, was the Walter thing posted by a spoof account? If that's true, then yeah, I got fished again, man. I don't fucking know. I don't know what to tell you. But if that's true, if that is a real thing, it wouldn't shock me if he really did trademark that. You know? Is it Wrestle Oops parody account? Oh, okay, then none of that shit matters. But Here's the thing. Those like phishing ass accounts are literally the hackiest, dumbest shit ever. I can't stand when people like AI Dave saying dumb shit. Like, just let him say dumb shit. Let AEW do dumb shit. You know? So, yeah, I'm going to, whatever that account was, I'll just block the shit out of it because it's just like, bro, people need to stop doing that. But I get it as like a social experiment. Oh, people just react to shit, you know? But I don't know. You see fucking, would you guys be shocked if they trademarked Big Van Walter? That wouldn't shock me for 1 second if they did that. They've already done Bash at the Beach and you know, they're doing fucking war games right when WWE's doing war games. Why? So people might be tricked and think that Dynamite's war games, you know what I mean? It's so fucking, it's just everything's hacking unoriginal. You don't know what to believe anymore, unfortunately. But if that's the case, then yeah, fuck me and fuck everything I said criticizing that. But it still stands. I mean, we went over the women's tag tournament. How fucking hack and predictable is that shit? How hack and shitty is it to open the show with Garcia, fucking Yuta, fucking Darby and Cassidy? Like 4 guys that a lot of people go, I just turn it off when they're on TV. How shit has the Death Riders thing been running the fucking ratings into the ground? I mean, Big Van Walter, that's like wouldn't even be shocked if they did that. That's like a minor whatever. Razor Raymone. Yeah, chat. What are other things that they could trademark that Phil would fall for? Okay, this new segment's called Phil Falls for It. And what other fucking names would they trademark, right? That are like WWE, right? Former shit. Let me know in the chat. Let me know in the comments, right? Oh man, Razor Raymone. That's fucking hilarious, dude. That is so funny. Oh man. Kevin Stash. Let's go. Andrew the Giant. Oh, yes. Bulk Logan. Oh, shit, man. Oh. Stone Freeze Steve Autism. Oh, come on. That's not very fair. The Undercheese Tony Hackey shit. Oh, my God. That's so funny. Harley Rice, Bork Laser, the Overgiver, the Overgiver. Oh no, did you just make that up? That is so good. Oh, let's go. The $1 trillion dude. Oh my God. Hacksaw Jim Duggar. They're coming in too quick. I'll just read them. I can't. Oh my God. That was us. The Overgiver is too good. Oh my God. Michael Shawn, the heartburn dude. Oh man, Mandy Savage. The 789 kid. Oh man. Dude hate, yeah. Chick hate. That's a girl who fucking hates everyone. Oh my God. Oh, dude. Overgiver's gold. I know, dude. That is so good. Chick Holy. Dude. The British Bullfrog. Yeah, dude. The British Bullfrog. Oi, they're Australian. Oi, crikey, mate. Me and me bullfrog, eh? About to jump you like a roo, we are. Oh, shit. Oh, man. Oh, Overgiver merch. Yeah, coming soon. PWT. Overgiver merch. Oh, dude. We're gonna make fucking merch of that, okay? Oh, shit. The bullfrog is funny though too. The British bullfrog. That's so good. That's like not like I'm sure a territory's done that. The British bullfrogs. They have Australian accents. The British bullfrogs. We're Australian. We're British. We are. Oh shit. Oh man. Shaver Damon. Hey, I missed you guys. I had a baby, so happy to be back, PWT. Oh shit, everybody. Shout you out at Diamond J. It's everybody's handles. It's cringe. I wish I went back to everybody's names, but hey, congrats. Round of applause, chat. Round of applause for the new life. Okay, let's get back in the news. Oh man, that's so good. Oh, dude. It's so good. And it's funny because it started by ripping on me, too. And then it just went into all these fucking brilliant. Chat is undefeated. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some funny little bits of news here. These are like the main event little topics here. None of them from fake parody accounts, I assure you. Okay. Give me a dummy.
Dummy, yeah.
Lex, how do we tell what's real and what isn't anymore?
I don't know.
Me neither. Fuck it. Grab some popcorn and some Cracker Jacks. Okay, so Brian Last says, I got an email this morning stating that Amazon was refunding the full price of AEW Wrestle Dream. This is after I accepted a $15 credit for Amazon for technical issues. I have somehow made a profit on Wrestle Dream. Arigato, Antonio Kanoki. That's hilarious, Antonio Kanoki. That's a good one too. But yeah, so Brian Last made money watching this fucking show. So the feed cut, we talked about it. They offered like panic refunds for everybody who bought the pay-per-view on Amazon. After begging everyone to go to Amazon for how long, and then they start putting pay-per-views on Max, so then Amazon just fucks up. They have to give all this money back. So Dave, again, when he's lying and he's like, 120, 150 per thousand pay-per-view buys, roughly. He's adding an imaginary 30% onto Amazon after they did the deal with Amazon. We've talked about this before.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
And so it's not really that high, but let's say, okay, 100,000. Well, I think it's lower than that. I think their pay-per-views have been selling lower than that. Maybe not all in, but the other ones for sure. But yeah, Dave just lies and says Amazon 30%. So that's been his lie this whole time, is like, oh, the numbers are like through the roof, Brian, 130,000 pay-per-view buys. So Amazon had to give all that money back. So let's say they did do 30%. Dave can't even, what can he say? Oh, I mean, they did great buys, but they had to give all that money back. The guy, I just don't know how he's going to spin this. But not only that, but Amazon gave people like more of a credit, and people got their money's worth back and then some. So shout out Amazon and shout out Tony Khan for fucking up. Because some people are like, word, I didn't even need to. I'm glad I missed the fish tank drowning and shit. Think about that. What did you miss? A fish tank fucking drowning from John Mike? Like, well, you don't need to see that. You fucking, and then you made a little bit of money there. So good for them. Good for that. Speaking about good for them, Marco Stunt. Okay, speaking of good for them, Marco Stunt is sort of using his pro wrestling gimmick and his Jurassic Express gimmick, and he's spinning it into, I'm a car salesman now, and this is for real. He's really a car salesman, and shout him out, man. You can't clown people for having normal fucking jobs. That's how the world goes round. Do you know what I mean? So there's no shame in this. He revealed, though, and we talked about it a long time ago, that he got slammed around, and, you know, he's a light little dude, and he got slammed around at all these hardcore indie spots, fucking cracked his head on the ground. Like, we've seen it. He would take these bumps from Lance Archer, get beat down for 10 minutes from Lance Archer and shit in a glorified squash match, and I don't know. He did his thing, but he got beat up, and they're just like your neck and your brain, and like if you get any more concussions and shit like this, you could die. Is what he's revealed in Minecraft, right? That's what he's revealed that his doctors have said and shit. So here's him selling cars, and this just went viral. And yeah, shout out Marco Stunt.
Hey, what's going on? My name is Noah Nelms, aka Mr. Fun Size on the lot. I'm here at Homer Skelton Ford. I'm a salesman here at Homer Skelton Ford. Haven't been a salesman very long, but that's not the point. I love what I do. I come here energetic and ready to work, and I'm here to make deals fun. I'm here to give you some fun size deals. That's what I'm here to do. You're not gonna have an average, ordinary, car buying experience. No.
I don't know. His promo's pretty weak. Him like climbing up the trees and falling off cars, and like that's kind of funny, and like kind of doing stunts. Okay, but him just like I don't know.
You're gonna remember this. I promise you. I'm gonna make sure you remember it, and we're gonna have fun while doing it. But no, I absolutely love doing what I do. I like dealing with people. I come from a background of dealing with lots of people.
Who's his editor, bro? I'd have edited this up way nicer.
I was a professional wrestler for 12 years, and I got to be in front of major crowds. I was on television for 4 years out of those 12 years. I got to live my dream, and I got thrown around a lot, and I loved it. And now I do the throwing around. It's great. I'm not going to throw you around or anything, but I
good for him, but the promo's terrible. You could edit this too to be more fun and like in between his little stumbles and shit.
I throw around,
because it's a quick little minute-long ad, right? It's not like we're sitting here fucking for 5 hours or 4 hours tonight hanging out. You guys grant me a little leeway if I'm like, oh shit, I got to pull up this tab. Wait a second, guys. This thing over here, right? You get a little bit. We're sitting here for 3 hours. You're fucking watching Marco Stunt in this minute long. Hey, I'm gonna sell you cars. Like it's got to be fucking boom, 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 boom. You could even cut in some of his wrestling footage. Like where the fuck is? I'm sure Tony Khan wouldn't sue him for that or whatever.
Deals.
Don Stevens is poor Marco Stunt's fucking car selling thing. But good for him though. I'm glad he's out there doing the damn thing and not slamming his head around and shit.
It's all over the place. That's
or like getting stomped onto dildos. You guys remember that? He did that indie spot where I think Effie was going to hit him with that, like, that move that fucking Candice LeRae would do. It's like a stomp, but she grabs your arms or whatever, and his face and his mouth was wide open, like over that giant dildo. You guys remember that?
I do. I'm throwing.
No, just me.
Throwing out fun size deal like they're hotcakes. Okay, that's what I'm doing. But enough about that. I'm here for you. I want to put you in a brand new car, maybe a used car. It could be a used car. That's fine. We got plenty of those too. Plenty new, plenty of used. Come see me at Homer Skelton Ford. You're picking the right person right here, Mr. Fun Size. Remember that name and get you into a fun size deal. Cut.
I'm glad that he's doing this, and I'm glad it went super viral, and I hope people went down there to see him, just even if it was like this went viral of you. Like on Twitter, it just popped in my feed. I didn't even actually know like who you were, even, in instances like that. Maybe there's a possibility of that happening and he fucking sells some cars. So speaking of unoriginality, right? We had a hilarious discussion about unoriginal names and things that AEW do that are just predictable and unoriginal. And, most recently, they dropped this AEW headquarters commercial. And there were a lot of people who hit me up and were like, nah, you're talking about the ESPN commercial. No, there's a WWE, WWF headquarters commercial. I remember the ESPN one too, but that's a different thing, right? And they did take over the ESPN offices, and those were funny. But the WWF headquarters to a T, it's the exact same thing, but just the opposite. It's so funny because the WWF headquarters commercial, which is far superior, by the way, we'll play them both. We're about to watch both of them. And we did this on the members show already, but we're going to do it here as well. So in this commercial, you're going to notice two things. It's boring as fuck, and the wrestlers aren't exciting or compelling, and they seem uninteresting other than Tekla. I'm going to be perfectly honest, right? It's like, why would I watch these guys fight? What makes me want to see any of these? Like, it's just boring. Meanwhile, you turn on the show and it's just zero story. Fucking, you don't care about any of the wrestlers. They're all boring for the most part. A lot of them are just generic. And then they just throw carnage and chaos at the wall. And it's like just nonstop, like scrolling through fucking TikTok. Just boom, move, move, move. Thing happening, brawl, move, move. And it just doesn't really work. Not in this day and age anyways. And so it's funny because the WWF commercial, and back then it was a lot of that. It was in like the Jerry Springer era, the Attitude era. Some people refer to it as like the car crash TV era, Barrow. And we're going to get into some Vince Russo shit in a bit, but AEW headquarters commercial, very boring. The WWE version that they did years ago, decades ago, was fucking very exciting and carnage and chaos through this office, and it made you want to tune into the show. You're like, holy shit, this is madness, and it's a funny take on what would be going on. They're wrestlers, they fight, so whatever. Either way, I know that there's a bit of like the Simpsons did it already syndrome when it comes to WWE and pro wrestling in general. Like WWE's done everything, but they're still finding ways to be original or taking old things and getting us excited about it, or taking old stipulations or gimmicks or characters or tropes. And hey, movies do it all the time. Movies take tropes and rules of storytelling and they flip-flop them around, or they give you different characters and different scenarios, and they give you new ways to care about these things or to sink you, hook you in with good storytelling or whatever the fuck. And for some reason, AEW can't do that at all. And this is just a testament to that. They just blatantly rip off this WWE commercial, but they go the complete opposite route and go, hey, watch our boring fucking show. Here's a boring commercial that makes you go, why the fuck would I tune into these people wrestling? Like, what the fuck about this makes me go, yeah, I'd want to see more of this carnage or chaos. Like, it's just, they have zero brand identity. They're just doing shit for the sake of doing it. This is such an amateurish idea. They even start off with AEW headquarters. Like, how did nobody say, well, WWF headquarters is a famous commercial that apparently a bunch of people Mandela affected in their brains and conflated with. That's where a lot of these Mandela effects come from too, folks. You fucking conflate shit. Memories over time, they disappear or they fucking squish themselves together, and you remember one thing as two things that actually happened. You know what I mean? So, it's like nobody thought of the ESPN, which is essentially the same thing, but it's not even that. It's more on the nose because they're going AEW headquarters. And then it's just a bunch of boring shit. So let's watch this commercial. Then we're going to watch the WWE one. Let's compare them. Maybe I'll put a poll in the chat. Which one do you guys like better? So let's watch this AEW one.
Whatever. Hold, please.
Like, why would you go, okay, so they're like, okay, maybe Hobbs, you're like, okay, this big jacked wrestler, huh, that's kind of funny. Then just Ricochet, normal sized dude, cutting paper. He's bald and shit. He kind of looks like Andrew Tate. You're like, okay.
Whatever.
And then all of a sudden this guy, just like a regular guy with a jean jacket on. Okay, you're just sitting. All right, I'm not.
Hold, please.
I don't really know.
Whatever.
And it's just boring. Tekla doing the spider crawl. Okay, this is funny. Like, I could see if WWE did their modern version, Bray Wyatt would be doing that. Right? Like, okay, this is like, I could see that in the midst of the carnage of theirs. This is kind of a good bit. This is the best bit of the fucking commercial, in my opinion. Yes, I got to pause a lot too because I did this on the member show. They flagged the fuck out of me for these ads. So Hobbs here typing away, like, he's kind of funny too. And then him smashing the keyboard here. We all see it coming a mile away. That's kind of funny. Okay. But then, like, Ricochet cutting with scissors. Why? Because he fucking stabbed a guy with scissors in Minecraft in the fucking show? Well, yeah. Okay, so this is an ad for, like, Uber Smart? Where wrestlers work. Oh, they work there all right, buddy.
Bonus!
Oh my God, dude. Where wrestlers work?
The best guys, Tony Khan.
So on the live show, again, we went off in chat. We were like, what else do AEW wrestlers do? Where wrestlers blank. Chat, go. Commenters, go. And we got some funny ones there. Memberships are 99 cents. I implore you guys all get one. But it's just like a funny punchline. Before it was like, where the best wrestle? Now it's like, where wrestlers work. It's a boring ass, tired ass commercial, and it's boring. And you're just like, okay. So let's go back here. And I go, this is just the WWF headquarters commercial, right? I think I posted it below. Let's watch it. Yeah, we'll compare. Let's compare the two. So this is from YouTube here. This is the WWF headquarters commercial. He's like explaining, hey, most people have the wrong impression about what WWF is. In AEW, it's just like people sitting there. Who's that commercial for? Your smart fans? Your fans who already watch this shit? How does this... There's no attempt at appealing or getting anyone new in AEW. And then it's just a smart thing, too. Where wrestlers work! Get it? Because, like, work... Next, it'll be where ratings go for a rest hold. And they're taking the piss. He says at the end there, get it? Do you get it, pal? They're taking the piss. We're not wholesome, family-friendly entertainment. That's not what we are. And then this is just where wrestlers work. And it's so telling. It's like, yeah, they just work. They just sit on the bench and get paid to do nothing. Oh, a bunch of guys sitting in an office doing nothing and breaking shit and weirding people out. Yep, that's about what they get paid to do, dude. If that's their job, they're working. The best guys, right? Tony Khan. So again, just unoriginal, completely ripped off. And even though it's not, well, no, in the WWE one, they're all trashing the place and shit. Yeah. So AEW should have just did that and went right on the nose if they were going to be this AEW headquarters. And then it's just boring people sitting around. Okay. It's fucking ridiculous. So speaking of people sitting around. So I've been watching AEW Unrestricted, guys, and I've been clipping it a little bit, okay? Believe it or not, and there's a well there. And this is sort of the best guys, Tony Khan. A precursor to a new bit coming to the show where we watch AEW Unrestricted, okay? Unrestricted clips. And so here is just a little daddy magic taste of what's to come, okay? But on PWT more frequently, because this is fun as fuck. But Aubrey Edwards and Will Washington stand out over Wrestle Dream. And here's a little clip of Unrestricted we have here. And it's going to be fun to navigate and learn together because we know how, AEW likes to Don Stevens people. So leave it to your boy Phil. I'll work all that out. But in the interim, here's a little daddy magic taste of PWT Unrestricted coming soon. Another new show. No. But yeah, here's Aubrey Edwards and Will Washington glazing Wrestle Dream, and yeah, we're gonna break this down a little bit. We're gonna have fun with
the thing that I always have to shout out is Claudio. Like, yes,
so Aubrey Edwards overacting. That's the fucking thumbnail. Yes, that is the thumbnail. Let me screen grab that. Aubrey Edwards overacting on a pod. Okay. And again, we're not trying to be a dick here, but like, how many fucking hits does this pod get? I don't know. But overacting on a pod. Let's continue along here, okay? We got more to break down.
The margin of error.
Also, Washington glazing, Claudio throwing, and then breaking down how the margin of error of Claudio throwing Darby onto the announce table from the ring. Okay, well, one, they did that shit on NXT. Obafemi did it first to Javon Evans, which is even more impressive because he's way bigger. That's the first thing. The second thing, dude, is that AEW then recreated that spot on a Dynamite, I believe, not long after. They copied it. Claudio did it already, and then he did it again. So for you to be like, oh, the precision it takes, bro, we already seen it twice, and we saw it done once way better on NXT, and then you guys copied it twice. So, and then you did it once on TV, and because you guys don't run house shows or fucking indie shows like or YouTube shows like everybody's saying you should, we all saw you do it on TV, at least the people tuning into this pay-per-view, and then you fucking did it again on the pay-per-view because it's a cool spot. Yeah, but it's like WWE just did that. So to like glaze it this much, where are you? Maybe not you guys get paid by AEW, but then where's the Sickos glazing NXT for doing shit like that? Right? It's crazy how this is the bias people are talking about. Like Brian Alvarez will cry about NXT over the shit that Dynamite does, but then he'll be like, oh, well, it was a good show. And people are just tired of that shit. And especially when you come from a place like, Will Washington came from covering AEW. Right? He came from the dirt sheet world and podcasting about it and shit. And then he ended up getting hired. So this is what compels people to then do the same because they're like, well, we can get jobs too. Anyways, let's move along.
You guys have to understand.
Aubrey
in a moment like that where Claudio literally presses Darby.
Another human being. And Darby looks small, but he's like over 170 pounds. Like that's a lot of mass.
Yes.
Oh my God.
And
it's like they don't even believe
the way that he just throws.
Oh, there's your Claudio card. No way. You got a Claudio card. Look, bro, this overacting is fucking sending me. Oh my God. Run the likes up, sub to the fucking channel. Let's go. So Aubrey Edwards, you see, and this is why I decided I'm going to start Jocktobering Unrestricted, and I've been working on it for you guys. It's a new segment coming to the show, but it's just like this overacting cringe shit, and then like Will Washington looks like he doesn't even believe what the fuck he's saying, and she's like putting her look, I got a Claudio card, right? Is that right? 1, 2. Oh, I wasn't supposed to start counting yet. Like she needs to calm down too. She's on those Tony Khan espresso shots. She's on that Tony Khan specialty.
And into the announce table from the ring, the inside of the ring. We are not talking about, from the apron or even the top rope. We're talking about
we saw Obafemi do that. What are you talking about?
Inside the ring.
Millions of people saw Obafemi do that. We get it. It's tough. It's hard to do. Claudio's done amazing things. Maybe if they were good booking minds, they would know like Claudio did crazy power lifter spots when he was fucking in WWE. He was suplexing people off the middle rope and carrying them up the stairs and all this shit. Yeah. Maybe if you guys gave people moments and shit, it would actually resonate. And maybe if he didn't do it like a week before, he did it like 2 weeks before on Collision. I'm not joking. You guys all remember it. I know. If you guys are watching AEW, someone will call out the date. Someone in chat always does. He fucking did it before you even did it on pay-per-view. Have meetings and talk about like, hey, we could do that spot. If Claudio should be able to go to someone, an agent who's like, hey, I could do that. We should do it on pay-per-view. Let's save it. Oh, this will be a moment. They don't even think like that. And then this is exposing it. And these guys are glazing something that like we fucking know. And Aubrey Ed is just all over the place. There's going to be more of that. That's a daddy magic taste of a segment called PWT Unrestricted, which is coming soon to PWT. We got a couple new segments in the works. Okay. And speaking of segments here, some segments or fragments or pages, if you will, some panels were released for Absolute Batman 1, which I think the book came out today. And so Absolute Batman is a Batman who exists in like an alternate universe, right? And he does kill. And whoever's writing Ultimate Batman or pardon me, Absolute Batman, and whoever's drawing it, I think this Daniel Warren Johnson, yeah, this is the guy drawing it, or maybe he's not even drawing the comic itself, but he went viral recently for Absolute Batman fucking strangling an ICE agent to death. And in the comic world and in that sphere of YouTube and everything and that Twitter world, people, this really pissed a lot of people off, and people were like, well, fuck, I mean, the drawing is good, but like Batman wouldn't do this, but Absolute Batman would do this because he kills people. It's like an alternate dimension where it's another Earth, okay, in DC. If you guys don't follow DC Comics, it's an alternate Earth where Absolute Batman exists, and he will fucking I didn't know he killed cops and shit like that in Minecraft or whatever. This is a comic book universe, YouTube. I'm trying to watch how I say shit on here, but either way, this is just like a sketch that got put up, right? And he took out like an ICE officer, and people were like, well, this is cringe, but it's not like mainstream Batman. And then at the same time, it's like, well, none of this shit's real anyways, so who cares? But we got some panels from Absolute Batman 1 here that went semi-viral for 2 reasons. Now, one, Kenny Omega says, I'm Batman. I'm Batman. Look at me. Look at me glide. I'm soaring. Look at me, Thor. I'm Batman. I'm Batman. I'm Batman. Whoa. This is my city. My pretty city. I'm Batman, right? So they have Batman in this comic hitting a one-winged angel on police, though, and like flat out. So just to give you some context, in the comic sphere, and like if you guys are unfamiliar, there's like a movement in comics called like Comicsgate, and they're like right, they're like conservatives or whatever, at least is my understanding of it. And a lot of them were sort of like banished from like mainstream comics because they voted for Trump and shit like that. And now like you're starting to see indie comics, it's like you're starting to see like the bridges kind of mend again, because everything, I don't know, the world has been fucking crazy. But as far as like the, oh my God, you voted, you're MAGA, it's like people are just fucking tired of, you know, so whatever. And that's, I mean, I'm Canadian. I don't even have a dog in that fight, but I'm just letting you guys know this is like the war that's going on in that sphere is like, he's killing this guy. And then people are like, well, no, he's not killing him. It's just a rear naked choke. And then the comic comes out and it's like, well, he's clearly like killing these guys, right? Like clearly he's dropping them on their heads. Their heads are spun backwards. Their necks are flipped over. Like he's clearly deleting these people in the comic now that it's out. But he flat out, if you guys can see these panels, he hits a one-winged angel on this cop. And not only like that's redacted in the first place, like it just doesn't even make sense that Batman would get a guy in that position and then choose to do that. But it's revealed that, oh, this guy out here making these fucking like, he's an AEW sicko. The guy who wrote this comic or whatever, and the guy's doing the art or whatever, I guess or they're familiar with like AEW, maybe because of this partnership or whatever, right? So I mean, I think this shit's cringe. I don't know. It's not like Batman hitting a one-winged angel to me is cringy as fuck. And I'm a wrestling fan, dude. It's like borderline, you know, when The Rock hits like a rock bottom in his movies, it's borderline cringe, but that move kind of, it has a sense of realism to it. We've all fucking, we've all gotten someone like that and tripped them and slammed them, whether it's like your little cousin or you like, you know, it's a weird clinch position where you can fucking trip people from there. It's like borderline too cheesy for the movies, but at least it's like The Rock doing his own shit. If Kenny Omega was hitting a one-winged angel in like the AEW DC crossover book, I'd be like, word, whatever. That makes sense for this comic book. To me, I just think it's cringe. I think like Batman, I think when people now, if this was leading to Absolute Batman's going to fight real Batman and real Batman's going to kill the shit out of Absolute Batman, I'd be a fan of that. I'd be cool. But just making like all these alternate universes where like, here's Batman who deletes police, like he wouldn't do that, you know. It's just like, here's fucking you know, and then we seen it first, here's gay Batman and here's wheelchair Batman and here's fucking it's just like, okay, man, we get it. Like everyone's a Batman. It's the same thing in wrestling. You see now, everyone needs a world title. It's like, fuck off, just chill, you know what I mean? Can Batman just be fucking Batman? So I'm just not into it. Definitely not for me. Again, it's an alternate universe Batman, so like maybe he fights Batman at the end. Maybe the end game is like real Batman kills the shit out of this Batman, or so I don't know. But also he hit a V trigger, so this isn't like coincidence or something he saw. Like this guy has Absolute Batman hitting fucking Kenny Omega moves in his Absolute Batman. Which had a lot of media coverage and hype around it because of that guy drawing that fucking Batman choking out the ice guy or whatever, right? And so again, I mean, there's people melting down for different reasons. I'm not here to get like political about it or fucking preach to anybody. It's just art. It's a fake comic book. Okay, I mean, it is what it is. It's comic books these days, especially in the mainstream, are like fanfic more than anything. There's better fanfic out there. I'm not even joking. So to me, I mean, I don't know. It's not my cup of tea, but this guy's just clearly an AEW sicko, right? And so this guy here, see, hits a V trigger as well. Maybe I could read this book and tell you guys what I think about it, because there was a lot of hype about it. But yeah, you know, he hits a one-winged angel, right? And so John Delarose, who's kind of a redact himself, I'm not gonna lie, but hey, let's he just says Daniel Warren Johnson. Yeah, that's his name, Daniel Warren Johnson, who drew the viral image of Batman deleting an ICE agent, actually put the police getting deleted into an official DC comic for Absolute Batman Annual. DC Comics wants cops deleted. Now that's a very broad and bold statement to make there about that. So as far as Absolute Batman is concerned, I mean, I don't know. It's I could read it if you guys wanted me to check it out, but the version of Bruce Wayne and Batman is a part of DC's Absolute Universe, the AU imprint, which isn't the same as the animated universe, because DC AU often refers to you know, the animated universe, but a separate reality created by the villain Darkseid as a twisted mirror to the main DC universe, Earth Zero. Unlike the classic Batman, who's a wealthy heir with Wayne Manor, Alfred as his butler, and vast resources, Absolute Batman is a 24-year-old blue-collar civil engineer from Gotham's impoverished crime alley. He lost his father, Thomas Wayne, in a mass deletion. You guys know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of during a school trip. It's like very trying to take real world shit and put it in, you know, which, I mean, comics have always done that. They've always made political statements. You've always had Captain America like punching fucking Hitler and stuff like this. It's happened, but which drove him but like that's not even really a political thing. That's like, you know, but anyways, which drove him to become a self-made vigilante using homemade armor and gadgets, fighting corruption in a grittier, more chaotic Gotham. Alfred Pennyworth appears here as an MI6 agent tracking him rather than a loyal ally. The series launched with Absolute Batman #1, written by Scott Snyder and illustrated by Nick Dragotta, and it quickly became one of 2024's top-selling comics. It debuted in a Vision in DC. Here's the thing, though. I think sales overall way down. So it being top-selling isn't a sniff to, like, even a decade ago or 2 decades ago or 3 decades ago, especially for, Alfred Pennyworth appears here. Okay, it debuted in a Vision in DC, all in special #1 before its full run. The setup emphasizes heroes as underdogs without privileges, distinguishing it from mainline continuity while allowing potential crossovers in the broader multiverse. So his dad got deleted in a school trip, and so he becomes Batman. Like, it's just all lame. The concept to me is just like, no, just make a new character where that's his thing. So it's like all the heroes are villains or whatever. And I'm sorry if that's like triggering to folk as well. We're talking about it. But yeah, Kenny's like, I'm the one-winged angel. And Hangman's like beating off to this guy's artwork. And then the comic industry largely is like, this is pretty hack. The indie scene is definitely calling it hack. But, and then I brought up Comicsgate. It goes beyond Comicsgate too. Like other people who aren't like, we're conservative. They're like, this is fucking doing too much. I've seen that. So it's, I don't know, man. If it's one of their top selling books, again, good for them. But I mean, hey, the comic industry is largely in a decline, just in general, I would say. During the pandemic, it spiked high again, especially for like indie artists. And then it's sort of just leveled out, man. It's kind of gone downhill again, but that's another convo for my other channel. But yeah, that, ladies and gentlemen, was a very long and a fucking hilarious and epic. We had just like a weird variety of stories. It was hard for me to title tonight's show Ichi ni Sanda. That was a ladies and yeah, and if you guys want more superhero comic book talk from your boy Phil Marks Out YouTube channel, youtube.com/@PhilMarksOut. And yeah. So Kevin for 2 says, check your email, you'll laugh. Okay. Okay, like the PWT Gmail. Sounds good. Will do. Thank you. Absolute Batman is selling under 100K. So there you go. It's like, oh, that's fucking the bestseller. Well, in the 2024, this run is like, are you talking about this run? Naysayers? I can only see your handles. Hickman's indie stuff is amazing. Hickman stuff is the best. Of course, it was #1, so it'll have a bump. You can create activist stuff as long as the story's good. Exactly. So I have to read the book to tell you guys if it's actually makes sense. Because we don't know where they're even. I don't know the story, so I'm not. Because the art's like pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. The art's actually nice. So it's like, I don't know. It's and like in Dark Knight Returns, which is like a famous Batman story. He takes out some cops and shit. They're like crooked and stuff, but. And like early Batman would pew motherfucker, like Ben Affleck even I think had a gat in his first Batman appearance in the Snyderverse, right? So like that is like, if you want to go old school, yeah, Batman had fucking, you know what I mean? He wasn't fucking around, dude. But it's just a matter of like, is the story like, what is it? It's an alternate universe. Okay, you get a bit of a pass, but I just get cringed out when we have DC worked hard to kind of like, okay, there's other Earths, but like we're kind of like back at this is like the OG shit again, and we're like telling these stories, and then now we're just like absolute Batman. And it's just like a huge, dark, gritty pivot. And I think people want superheroes to be superheroes again, man. That's all. And like and like apparently the Absolute, someone was saying to me that they try and make you like sympathize with Killer Croc in this universe too and shit. And it's just like, okay. So it's just like an edgelord sicko, guy watching fucking Darby get drowned in fish bowls going, this is cinematic, man. And then fucking writing cringe ass books where it's just like, that's the vibe I'm getting from it. I'll read it. I'll find it. Issue 13 sold under 100K. Okay, but what about this one, bud? Can you look up for me in chat? Can you look up what absolute number one that just dropped did, right? Here, let me look this shit up. Absolute Batman. Because I know I got it. Batman 1 2025. Because we won't even know. We won't even know if it's a flop or not. Oh, the annual number one. Okay. Yeah, Daniel Warren Johnson. So it's the annual number one. So yeah, we won't even. Yeah, okay, thank you. So your updates are good. Thank you, sir. So that's not true. What? Read it. Croc is Bruce friend. Yeah, so I don't know. That's just what someone commented to me, bro, at Sir Dumplin. Right? Like I actually don't know for sure. I have to read it, like I just said. So I will before I judge. Trust me. And I just played Arkham Asylum. Okay. I just fucking beat it 100%. So I'm gonna move on to Arkham City. I just replayed it again for the first time in like years. So and so I'm all fucking locked in right now, especially in that form of Batman of like, well, you know, he's tempted to kill. It's grittier, you know, like I just hurled myself into the Arkhamverse again. So, and I'm like going over everything, the movie. I'm going to play the games. I'm going to read the Arkham books that I never read as well. There's a bunch of books out there too that are tied into the lore that I've never like dove into. So I'm planning on going into all those. And so I will fucking read Absolute Batman number one, and I will, or the annual number one, and I will let you guys know, I guess. Ken Dudley at Ken Dudley for 5 says, Dave on Soft Ground Wrestling. Well, actually, they are all Cuervos to me. Oh no, they're all Cuervos. There's too many rappers here, Brian. Oh my god.
And
double DMW tomorrow night. Let's go. That's right. Hashtag double DMW tomorrow night, guys. Dave Meltzer, dumb moment of the week. Thursdays. Thank you for your contribution there. I will acknowledge
me.
Thank you for getting me on track too. We went down the comic book rabbit hole. Let's get back into the pro wrestles. That was AEW news. We still have tons more news to get to tonight. I started a little late as well, so we'll be hanging out once Dynamite's off the air. Ladies and gentlemen, like, subscribe, become a member. Member Mondays, 99 cents. Gets you access to those. Check out Patreon. Dave Meltzer, Dumb Moment of the Week, every Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern, live on YouTube, and then wherever you listen to podcasts. Guys, let's get into some... we do have miscellaneous news. There's actually quite a bit, so let's start there. Then we'll go to TNA WWE, and then we'll make fun of Sickos, okay? And on Halloween, on the Halloween show, I'm going to debut one of the 2 new segments. So PWT Unrestricted, fuck it. I announced it. Here we go. That's one of the bits I've been working on. And I'm going to start Jocktobering Washington and Aubrey Ed. And the other bit I'm doing is, I'm not going to say it, but on the Halloween show, we're going to debut it. Okay? And that will come out on Halloween Day. All right? So let's here, we need to hydrate. Let's get some soda water. I have a peach mango soda water here, guys. And let's get into some miscellaneous news. Okay. And here's my channel. You guys can go check that out where I talk more superheroes and whatnot. Yeah, let me chug down some of this liquid here. Pause. Woo-wee. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Where is Wade Barrett? Because I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So RAF 02 is 2 hours away. And this is the title here. This is the RAF title. I think it's gorgeous. I think we talked about this already, but it just looks like an amalgamation of the big gold crossed with the UFC, the old UFC titles a little bit. The AEW titles sort of have these rounds here, which are nice. But yeah, just a glorious world title they have for RAF here. You gotta love that. And it's like freestyle wrestling, which fucking rules. We talked about Marco Stunt earlier, and he joined Busted Open Radio and said that he had a series of concussions, including one where he was knocked out during a match but continued. And he jumped off. He went backwards, hit the back of his head on the mat, knocked himself out. After his AEW contract expired, he returned to the Indies, suffered another career-ending injury. He did the stupid bump. He did a flip to the apron, but there was no padding on the apron. So he just hit the metal bar. He ended up going to the doctor the next day because he could barely walk. He actually broke his back. His L5 was cracked, had a chip in it. They advised him to go ahead and hang up the boots, and so he did. And he had a 16-month-old daughter, dude. So hopefully he sells lots of cars. Go and check him out if you're in the area. And I'm not kidding. CMLL and Stardom have officially partnered up. Good for them. They work heavily with AEW, so why wouldn't they? Maven did a YouTube video, and he said WWE has a problem. And Maven here said, I don't think professional wrestling is a better product without Vince at the helm. Hold on, let me explain. I'm Maven here. I'm well aware of the allegations, and no part of me is insinuating that WWE should bring Vince back. I don't think so. I don't co-sign on anything he did, but Vince had two things going for him. One, he was an amazing businessman. Second, and probably most important, Vince was a fan. Despite the criticisms, Maven revealed the ultimate truth of why he can't watch. Since my release in 2005, between 2003 and 2005, I had the greatest job in the world. Maven here, I was a pro wrestler. I truly grew bitter towards the business. It's still something that whenever I watch, I can still trick my brain into thinking you can still do that, even though I know I can't. And it just hurts too much. It's hard to see a business that I love actually move on and not be only fine without me, but better off without me. So, yeah. He's criticizing the current product. Was that a good Maven impression? I don't know. Ric Flair asks, how is there not a union today in wrestling? And he recalls not wanting to help with one when Jesse Ventura asked him to. So fucking Ric Flair goes, woo! How is there no fucking union today? Even though back then I was like, fuck that shit. I'm not I mean, I didn't want to do one, but Flair goes, they don't see it like that. How do we not have a union? A multi-billion-dollar company, no union. And then Flair goes, nobody wants to do it because they'll just move on without you. They wanted me and Hogan to do it. Hulk called me and I said, I'm not jumping out there. They'll just replace me. Jesse drove me crazy. Come on. I go, Jesse. So I give up the NWA world title, walk out. They'll just put the belt on DiBiase or back to Harley. It just wasn't something I wanted to explore, but I was certainly asked to do it a lot. So they're in the WWF, like the biggest names there, like, oh, Rick, you're the biggest NWA guy. We need to, if we all say it, then we can fucking make it happen. And he's like, but then I get booted out of the NWA, and then what? And then you're all fired from we start our own territory? What the fuck? So yeah, I get it why back then. But even now, though, I mean, you'd think they would figure it out, but it just benefits the people at the top. And more wrestlers are making more money right now when you're at the highest level. And so, yes, for the lower level guys, they're like doing those shitty deals again. But like, if you're on the main roster, you're getting paid. And they obviously, like, people don't, when you're getting paid, you don't want to unionize with everyone else. So you're all brought down to the same pay level and shit when you're drawing the fucking most and you want to draw the most or whatever. So I totally get it. Lady Lee, Layla Rell. So she's calling herself Lady Lee, makes her Beyond Wrestling debut at the November Kinrana Super Show. I'm redacted. at Rhodes on the Pawtuxet in Cranston, Rhode Island. Front row is sold out. So there you go. She'll be there with Shotzi and a bunch of other folks. She was on LFG. So she's continuing the pro wrestling hustle. Good for her. Speaking of Vince, here is Mansoor's take on Cafe de Rene. And here's his take on Vince and him leaving the company, sort of aligning with Maven, I believe.
I mean,
or maybe not aligning with Maven. Sorry, he would say the opposite. These Mason Mansoor kind of clown on Vince and what they had them doing in WWE, even though they're doing the exact same shit in AEW.
To be fair to LA, when it came time to finally debut the act on TV, Vince was riding his ass. Like he was not letting him. Brennan, how would you explain it?
Well, the reality is that like he was almost gone based on I guess his performance or how Vince felt about his performance in that role.
So they're talking about, he was almost gone. If Vince had never left, he would have fired him. They're talking about LA Knight, pardon me.
We would come back from these super long, segment-long fashion shows, and we'd get to the back, and Vince would just be like, boys, that was great. You looked amazing. And then he'd come up and then he'd be like, that was awful. Did you not know your line? Like, it was just like, he would just rail into him every time. And I was like, and he would walk away and we'd have to like calm him down because he was seconds from just exploding because it was brutal for him. It was
From what I understand, Max Dupree was supposed to be a soft-spoken, sensitive, like fragile little kind of wuss. But the problem is, LA is this buff fucking jack dude, body guy.
Completely like wrong casting. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was just a miscast. And for some reason, because of that miscast, that he was getting put on LA, which is totally unfair. And there was a point.
Yeah, there's rumors that he's had heat like almost his whole main roster run over different little petty shits or whatever. You guys obviously hear about it in the IWC. We've covered it on the show. So Mansoor sort of confirming, yeah, there was some heat put on him, but it seems like it stemmed from Vince, and maybe LA's got his guard up now.
Point where I remember.
But he did just get beat clean, daddy.
They had been like, oh, next week is going to be the debut of Max's sister, Maxine. And I looked at LA, me and him looked at each other. And at the same time, we both said, it's going to be you in a dress.
Because we had no idea, and they had no idea who Maxine was going to be at the time.
Yeah.
So it 100% could have been Max in a dress. I would not have put it past them for that to have been a pitch at one point when they were trying to decide who Maxine was going to be.
Is there?
Damn, so they didn't even know who Maxine was going to be either. Yeah, Vince sucked, man. His booking near the end there sucked real bad. Speaking of sucking bad here, Matt Riddle takes a shot at Brock Lesnar during an MLW event. We have the clip here.
We're tracking you.
Yo, Caesar, what's up with everything, bro? How come I'm not getting a title shot immediately? I already beat like half the roster, and I'm still playing your games? Dude, your matchmaking is worse than Brock Lesnar, bro. Really?
We're tracking you.
So your matchmaking is worse than Brock Lesnar? Like, man.
Emotional damage.
Get over it, bro. Speaking of getting over, a look at the reach of the WCW website in the early days of the internet. Total impressions for August 96 were 175,000 rounding high, followed by a near tenfold growth over the following 3 months. By 99, WCW Live was attracting 50,000 live audio streams per night, becoming, for a time at least, the world's most popular streaming program on the web. That's pretty crazy. 50,000 live streams per night back in the fucking 90s. Like, that's pretty good. Early 2000s, or late 90s there. Yeah. Speaking of WCW legends, Ron Simmons is going to be inducted into another Hall of Fame, the Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame. So I think that's like his 4th Hall of Fame or something like that. Lacey Lane revealed that she hated her Caden Carter ring name in WWE. She says, when I tell you I hate that name, it was so basically in NXT, I was there for the time. They were going to go on TV when USA acquired NXT. So it was half on TV and half on the network. At the time I was upcoming, so I was still Lacey Lane. And the writer at the time was like, you need to pick a name or you're not going to be on TV. And I was like, okay. So I sent him a list from 1 to 10 and Caden was like down at 9 or 10. He ended up picking that one. He was like, I like this name Caden, and he really wanted me to have a basketball last name. What? Who did she send this list to? So I sent him a list. Who's him? Pronouns, pal. And that's where Carter came from, because Vince Carter is 15 and that's my basketball number. So who was it? Was it Vince McMahon? Like, who did she send a list to? Shawn Michaels? You need a basketball name. It's like, whoa. And that's where Carter came from, because Vince Carter is 15 and that's my basketball number. Shut up, Vince Carter. I was throwing things out there like Rodman and like Bibby. I was like, these are not going to make sense. The most practical one, and it makes sense because it was my number would be Carter. So that's where that came from. That's the only other way I could incorporate basketball into my character. So she was like a point guard or something? Is that what I'm gathering? I didn't even know that about her, but okay. Awkward. So the settlement was reached in Hulk Hogan sex tape lawsuit between Bubba the Love Scrub, and fucking Hulk Hogan here. So Mark Miro announces engagement to Melissa. And I don't know who Melissa is. Is that like a singer? Is that a former wrestler? Was that a Nitro girl I'm not remembering? Lex, who is Melissa?
I don't know!
Me neither, bud. So moving along here, congrats to him. Jinder Mahal shuts down WWE title myth and exposes truth about India tour with Vince McMahon. So we're talking a lot about Vince here, and Jinder Mahal exposed the whole like, he said, I became WWE champion because of the transformation that I had. Vince saw that hard work I put in and wanted to reward me. If I didn't do that transformation, if I would have looked the same way I was in 3MB, I would have never been WWE champion. I promise you guys that. WWE made zero money from any wrestling tour WWE did of India. During that time, I was WWE champion. Anytime I did media, I was specifically told, do not promote the network. Do not promote telling people to subscribe to the network in India. We're not allowed because of our TV deal in India. True story. That's crazy. So he's exposing, see, it's all messy in India. What India's good for is like social media impressions and shit like that, which the way YouTube works and these sorts of things, like if you get an impression from a certain demographic or like certain country, it's worth more than like India impressions, because they know that there's more that come from there. The bot farms come from there. And shit, like everybody knows that when they fucking bought up their videos, right? And so it's like an investment, but it's also trying to help them in some ways. Like maybe I don't know, like MMA is getting bigger in India now, and there's starting to be some fighters coming up in the lighter weight classes. That was Dana White's vision. And who fucking knows, man? We saw Manny Pacquiao. Like maybe they'll create some wealth and it'll create some more, whatever the fuck. But the eyeballs are good for like social media and stuff like that. And it's still good to have Jinder out there, like doing an India tour and all this. But at the same time, like he's saying they lost money on it. I believe that wholeheartedly. And because of their TV deal, they weren't allowed to go to the network. And so they had to do that. Like they didn't make any money going out there. And everybody's like, it was just a play to whatever. Maybe it was Vince's play to like, let's really up our social media numbers and shit. We don't fucking know. But I was always about not hindering Jinder, dude. I'm all for, I mean, let's be honest. He's Canadian as well. Okay. He claims Canada. And I've always been a Jinder Mahal fan. Okay. And I was all about his WWE title run. I thought it was huge. I thought it was something shocking. It came out of left field. He was like a throwback. I know people are like, oh, come on, that's not very fair. It's dated to do an old foreigner heel, Eric. That's not very fair. I don't know. I think it was awesome when he brought Great Khali out of nowhere and they brought the Punjabi prison match back and all that shit. Like I was fucking down with all of that. And I'm not against like a foreign heel being like a foreign heel. I'm not entirely. It's like an old trope that can work. It's like I'm rewatching Stranger Things right now and it's a throwback. They're like, oh, the Russians, those damn Russians and shit. And they're like, well, yeah, it was the 80s, though. Like, it takes place in the 80s. That's what people would say to me if I was like, well, it's okay when they do it there. But that doesn't matter because it's like a whole new, it's art. Like, it's just fake. It doesn't matter if it's fucking in 2025 or whatever. Like, I'm not saying be racialist and shit, but let the Joshis on Raw. People are like, oh, Kabuki Warriors are just overacting. It's like, yeah, they're doing like anime shit. And lots of people are into that now. I don't know if you guys heard of a thing called K-pop Demon Hunters. Fucking crushed it, swept the nation. Move to the music, play that K-pop music. Yeah. Right? Fucking just across the nation, dude. Everybody's into K-pop now and fucking are demon hunting and shit. And people are into that shit, man. So I don't fucking know. It's just, it appeals to them and they're just letting them do their thing. Just like with the AAA stuff, they're letting fucking the luchas be more lucha-y instead of like, hey, I know, you guys go out there and ride lawnmowers. And when you're done, actually mow my lawn, pal. Yeah. And don't mind the manure. We're just trying a new fertilizer. Yeah. Right? Or else you're fine. Get on that goddamn lawnmower. You're fine. Right? It's not like that. Just let them be like, embrace their culture and shit like that. So, I mean, if they do that by like, I'm not saying you got to go Muhammad Hassan, but if you're like, we're bringing back the Punjabi, the point I'm making at is I fucking loved when Jinder Mahal had that little run there. And who cares if it was a play? It's just a play at the India market. Oh, well, that's the whole fucking point of the fucking business is making plays at markets and fucking. Oh, no way. A business doing business fucking moves. It's so bad. He's the worst wrestler. Is he? Is Jinder the worst wrestler? I don't know about that, dude. I actually don't think he's that bad at all. And he's decent on the stick. He just had, like, he doesn't sit there and cut the craziest promos that get him heat. It's like his just demeanor, the look on his face, you just boo the shit out of him. And then he has a segment with The Rock where he shock wins the WWE title. Like, those are shits and those are moments in wrestling. Those are the shits that we live for, man. Those are the memories we fucking carry. Do you remember when Jinder won that fucking title off Orton? That's a crazy SmackDown moment, you know? So again, I just don't get why anybody would be mad at that. It's the same thing with WWE rolling out those WrestleMania ads where it was like a teaser. Someone might be coming back. And then it's just fucking, no, it's a Mania teaser. People are mad. Oh, it's just a Mania teaser? Yeah, what was it supposed to be? Who cares? They're promoting their fucking show. Like, anyway, speaking of promotion, here's Gerald Briscoe.
Even if you're not a big wrestling fan, you're going to love what's inside Gerald Briscoe's shed. There's pro wrestling memorabilia that stretches from Tampa's National Guard Armory all the way to the biggest worldwide WrestleManias. As you may know, so many wrestlers, past and present, make their homes here in the Tampa Bay area.
Do we dare say, though, that not one of them has a shed like Gerald Briscoe's? Fox 13's Lori Sowers couldn't wait to head to the shed.
Gerald Briscoe's shed may not look like much, but if you've ever followed pro wrestling, no matter when, it's here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Matt Cardona would just fucking give a leg for that. For his
Jerry
shed.
and his brother Jack, the Briscoe brothers, wrestlers could fight and talk.
You would cut a promo. Hey, Lord, I'm going to break your back. You know, you step in the ring in the armory.
They saw this huge blonde guy who kept coming to the armory. Name was Terry, played in a band.
Jack and I went out and talked to Terry. Talked him into coming into pro wrestling, got him a tryout with Hiro Matsuda.
So if it hadn't been for you, there would be no Hulkamania?
Well, I'm sure he would have been found eventually, but I like to say that. Hello, thank you.
Like a wrestling time capsule, this shed. No matter your age, you will find your favorite.
Dusty Rhodes was
So he's just got a bunch of cool shit in his fucking
nice
shed.
guy. On a one-to-one basis, you couldn't find a better guy.
Gerald also has championship belts made in Tampa.
The Confederate flag.
By Levy Trophies.
There's so few of the Levy belts out there, and you're looking at two of them right here.
After wrestling, Gerald became a road manager for the WWE and traveled the world with wrestlers, both good guys and bad guys.
A lot of times, some of the guys you think are the meanest, baddest guys on the face of the earth are the nicest guys you want to come across. And
someone send this to Jim Cornette. No, you can't put the two back in the toothpaste, as he says, right?
Thank you, fuck you, bye. Boom.
Vice versa. Sometimes some of the baby faces that we call them, the clean, the good guys, you get them out and they can be jerks a lot of times.
Perhaps nobody alive has been so famous in wrestling for so long. Even now, people come up to Gerald.
People from all over the world. I'm an old man. Haven't been on TV in a long time. And they come up to me and say, hey, I remember when you wrestled these guys here. My son, Dad, these people still remember you. I don't know how, but
it's because you were in WWF No Mercy. So that's like generations of kids now, decades of kids who like went back and emulated that game. That's not the only reason, but he was in some of those like those like WrestleMania 2000 and shit like that. Like those games fucking fed generations of video game lovers, you know?
It's so cool.
If you're a real fan of wrestling over the generations.
And they were like funny unlocks, and like him and Pat Patterson were in the story mode and shit. And I'm telling you, that added longevity to his fucking career. That attitude, little bit of time he spent in the Attitude Era and farting around there with Pat Patterson and fucking being in those video games during the Aki era that everybody looks back on so fondly in an age of like member berries and fucking nerds who watch wrestling and, you know, read comics and play video games and shit.
Look at that Undertaker.
The real mecca of pro wrestling just might be Gerald Briscoe's shed.
Yeah, it's just his fucking shed in the middle of nowhere. It's worth like $3 million in there or something. Shout out Gerald Briscoe. Ridge Holland's new ring name is revealed. It's just his name, Luke Menzies or whatever it's called. So a dream match. We talked about Matt Riddle. He's throwing down with Killer Cross in MLW. So that's a big match for MLW. Like spin it, think whatever you will against or about hate on fucking Matt Riddle, hate on Killer Cross or whatever. But I mean, that's a big match for MLW. Ridge Holland, Luke Menzies has been announced for GCW for a GCW show. Blue Demon Jr. Okay. Was involved in a car accident Monday. So prayers to the Blue Demon family. And he's fortunately stable and out of danger, but he remains in intensive care. So his family and team expressed their gratitude for the outpouring of support and asked for privacy. We've seen him in AEW. We've seen Danielson recently wore, or I think it was Blue Demon or was it Blue Panther, but I'm so sorry if I'm mixing them up. But either way, the Blue Demon, one of the most famous luchas, Blue Demon Jr. actually, I think is older because isn't there like Blue Demon trays and shit like that? Blue Demon lore. But I just hope he's like, okay, you know, and just prayers to the Blue Demon family. Just like like El Santo Blue Demon, I believe is one of those names that is just up there in, you know, the annals of lucha history. Speaking about legends who are going through a tough time, we talked about it on the show a little bit, I believe, but IRS, Erwin R. Shyster, Mike Rotundo, was put in intensive care, or so we thought. That's what the dirt sheets were saying. This comes from Micah Rotunda, his daughter, and she said that public statement on behalf of the Rotunda family. Our family would like to take a moment to clarify some information currently circulating online regarding my father, Mike Rotunda. Yes, my uncle Barry did make a comment mentioning that my father is in hospice care while answering a question about our late family member whom we lost 2 years ago. We want to make it clear that he misspoke, not intentionally. My father is not in hospice, but rather in a rehabilitation center. He suffered a massive heart attack on September 20th, was in a coma for a week, spent over a month hospitalized. By the grace of God, he has now transitioned to a rehab center where our family remains present, hopeful, and focused on recovery. It has already been a long road, and we know there is still a long road ahead, but our faith in God remains strong. Anybody who knows my dad knows that it's his strength, work ethic, and athleticism that have carried him through not just this, but every challenge life has thrown his way. If there's one person I have faith in, it's Captain Mike. We are deeply grateful for the outpouring of love, prayers, and support from the wrestling world and our local communities. We ask for privacy, and we'll give you that. And Conrad Thompson, oh, come on now, Conrad. That's not very fair to share it when they asked for no, they obviously wanted it out there. And so, yeah, I just thought I would put that out there as well. Privacy right now. They kept it all private. It was just a little misspeaking that happened there. And she cleared that up. He's in a rehab, and hopefully he pulls through. Maple Leaf Pro in lighter news, okay? Maple Leaf Pro raises $110K for people living with developmental disabilities. Let's fucking go. The Undertaker was involved in an unexpected car wreck in a grocery store parking lot. Okay, so everybody's fine here, but he was on Two Bears, One Cave with Tom Segura. And he says, couple weeks ago, I'm at Whole Foods. I went to buy some steaks, right? I was going to grill some steaks, and I backed into a spot at Whole Foods. I get in, throw the steaks in the truck, and I pull out. The truck is so high that I didn't see the car next to me. I ran right over the front. My back wheels ran right over the hood. Unbelievably, it was a fan, and they were like, this is one of the greatest days of my life. Man, I need a new car, but this is cool. So, there you go, man. Good thing Undertaker and everybody's okay and nobody's resting in peace. So, Burrow, in our last piece of miscellaneous news, Burrow, bro, let me tell Vince Russo, Burrow, has been doing too much. The Overgiver. Guys, here's Chris Jericho. Give me 1 second.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yay!
Bro, let me tell you. Sorry, I needed a second. Bro, this last part of this miscellaneous news segment, bro, on the Bro Down with Mac Davis, I revealed I am the head writer. Bro, I needed a drink. I never wanted to get back in the pro wrestling business. Bro, I'm done with the pro wrestling business, bro. Except now I'm back in the pro wrestling business, bro. When I invented Stone Cold Steve Austin, bro, let me tell you about The Rock, bro. And I am going to write wrestling. I'm not making things up about John Cena to these marks, bro. Let me tell you, I haven't been bitter at WWE this whole time. Bro, I gotta be honest. So Vince Russo, taking shots at WWE and all this shit lately, not even taking shots, just like making shit up about them and burying them left, right, and center. And then the rumors by Billy Boy sort of get floated out there that Vince Russo expected, like, I'd get a job in WWE when Triple H took over and all this shit, right? We've talked about it a bunch on the show already. And so, Vince, this sort of lends credibility to that notion, because after all these years of hating, of melting, castrating these marks, bro, he is back in the pro wrestling world, but he swerved. I swerved bro, I still got it. Let me tell you, and this was a brilliant piece of marketing. I'm actually going to put Vince Russo over. This got everyone talking about his return to wrestling. Where's it going to be? But then the reveal was underwhelming. And people started hating on NWA. It's ran by a clown. Billy Corgan's a money mark. Clearly not. Clearly not. Billy Corgan is good with money, and he makes a shitload of it. Okay? And clearly not. He didn't overbloat his roster and overstep everything and fucking, pretend like he's competing with WWE and all this shit. No one's like marking him. Maybe some people are marking it. You could say people are marking in WWE, for fuck's sakes. Who knows? All I'm saying is this. I think it would have been cooler if he worked for NWA, but even Billy Corgan's like, dude, Vince Russo will fuck shit up, or he won't listen, or it'll cause headaches, or he'll fucking get in a fight with Cornette again or something. I don't know. But they should bring Cornette back. When he was on Power doing commentary, that shit was awesome. But he revealed that Vince Russo's like, I'm a head writer again, bro, for a wrestling promotion. And everybody's saying it's likely the NWA because he kind of swerved everyone. Now, this was smart on Russo's part, so let's take a look.
Mac, I'm gonna start doing some work. I don't want to say,
bro. I'm gonna start doing some work, bro, for a company, for the Smashing Pumpkins.
with who yet, because I don't want to ruin it for them. I'm gonna start doing some work with a wrestling promotion, and I spent like last week.
By the way, Vince, I don't mean to cut you off, but I know who it is because I heard Disco and Conan talking about it. And you're going to be going to the NWA.
So here they leaned into it, right? But Conan and Disco, who hear shit, okay?
Allegedly,
obviously they're in and around the business. They got into like another fight with Jeff Lane and shit that we're going to talk about in a bit. And they're fighting over like who reported the story and all this shit. And we're going to get into all that drama in the near future here on this show as well, maybe with some people involved in it. But as of now, we're going to talk about it. I think some of it's in the Sickos segment, but yeah, there's like a fight brewing between K100 and the brand that's been ongoing since Vince and Disco were kind of going at it and whatnot. And moving along.
Yeah, you're writing for the NWA.
They got that right, man. But
or MLW, maybe that was the other one I heard too that you might be. Yeah.
Mac, I got to tell you this, and this is the God honest truth. The first 9 shows I wrote, first of all, somebody gets concussed, and we talk about concussion protocol, number 1.
So he's just stooging the storyline. Someone gets concussed, and we talk about concussion protocol. That's actually, okay, that's a good look for pro wrestling. If you're trying to do it, make it sports-based or more serious or whatever, that's a good, like, story point that you could go to. And he's like, the first 9 episodes I wrote, bro. So he's writing fucking episodes. He's been locked down, like not revealing to people for a while now, unless he just, bro, it takes me 9, bro, let me tell you, 9 episodes, that takes me about 9 minutes, bro. I wrote for WWF magazine. Like, how long did it take him to write 9 episodes?
Number 2, we drug test. And this is in storyline now. This is in storyline. And not only do we drug test in storyline, but the guy responsible for taking the drug test literally stands next to the stall of the wrestler to make sure they're not using somebody else's piss. Yep. We do that. And also,
so are you going to show that, Russo? Are you going to show that on TV? Fake pro wrestlers doing fake drug tests? Or are they making fun of Conan? Because if that's a real fucking thing, that's insane.
A female wrestler who is in danger of losing power pulls the Me Too card. All in the first 9 shows.
He's going to do a Me Too angle in 2025, but like a fake Me Too. So he's gonna do a fake where like, he did this 30 years ago. Oh, just kidding in the end. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You had me with the concussion stuff, and then it's like, whoa, are you serious? Are you trolling?
Mac,
you might be fucking trolling, in which case that's a funny troll, but bro, let me tell you, I can't be any more. I could not be any more serious, bro. Let me tell you. So Vince Russo says, yeah, not NWA. You marks are still getting worked after all these years. So it's fucking ICP announces that Vince Russo works for fucking JCW, right? The Insane Clown Posse Juggalo Championship Wrestling. And Dave Meltzer put out this report. Now, I give Vince Russo credit. Dave Meltzer got utterly fucking destroyed here in somewhat of a dumb moment of the week. Right? Dave Meltzer, dumb moment of the week, Thursdays, 8 p.m. Eastern, live on YouTube, right? And so Dave gets utterly fucking destroyed because he came up with this whole report as well that, like, you know, he's going to NWA and shit. Because, you know, Dave listens to Conan because he's so fucking salty about Conan all the time. And so, you know, he's listening. But Vince Russo says, bro, I hope you can now believe me about the dirt sheet media led by the infallible Dave Meltzer. I have no idea where NWA even came from, bro. Not me. Of course, nobody even bothered to call me to ask. This is exactly what I've been saying about wrestling journalists for years, bro. Dave, I told you the hair dye was starting to seep into your brain. I am now a proud investor in JCW lunacy. So he fucking invests, or is that part of the storyline that he's actually investing in JCW? Lex,
I don't know.
Me neither. But if that's the case, then who's the money mark now? Am I right? Vince Russo, come on down. You are about to see things you never thought you'd see on a professional wrestling show. The mamby-pamby phone it in beat bullshit is over, bro. It's over. So, following speculation over this weekend that he's joined the NWA, Vince Russo has revealed he's actually working for Juggalo Championship Wrestling. And good for, like, Shaggy, Too Dope, and Violent J. They're, like, really investing in wrestling and going hard on that shit. They also I can't remember what they did. There's a YouTuber called Napoleon Blown Apart. Shout him out. He fucking makes incredible mixed martial arts documentaries. And fucking Violent J reached out to him, and, like, I think he gave him money and shit for his last doc. Like, here's just some money to fucking support what you're doing or whatever. Just incredible giving back to pro wrestling. They're investing. I don't know, man. This got eyes on fucking JCW. Like, it got the internet talking about it, and maybe people might tune in. Who knows? Maybe it's going to help the houses. Maybe he runs their Fed into the fucking ground. Who knows? But the Hannibal was there. So again, just a motherfucker like Hannibal. Of course, I'm Hannibal. Do I follow Hannibal? Devin Hannibal? I should follow. I'm Hannibal from Hannibal TV. Right? So Hannibal, they got covering this. Right? Of all people, of course. And so JCW's like the Jerry Springer of fucking pro wrestling, maybe. But he goes, JCW. Hannibal, Jesus Christ. From Hannibal TV goes, JCW tonight in Wichita sold out with 2 game fans. More than AEW Dynamite gets a lot of the time. So they had 2,000 people there at a JCW show, like outdrawing Dynamites right there. Indies are. With Vince Russo. Bro, I am a draw. It's proven. Bro, let me tell. I could have kept the WCW alive, bro. So with Vince Russo now as head writer, it will be interesting to see what happens in the coming year. So good for JCW, good for Vince Russo, castrating the marks, bro. And that was miscellaneous news.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
I was fucking all over the place. Sorry, I was just fucking... I'm all over the place tonight. I'm a mess today. What can I fucking say? But that was fun. That was an incredibly fun segment. Let's see what's going on here in the world. We got more news, guys. We're not going anywhere yet tonight. Yeah, they had like Hannibal vlogging it. I could have brought that footage into it, but it was like whatever. Guys, hit like, hit subscribe. We're almost at 2,000 or 2,100 subs on the Times channel and 7,300 subs on the main channel there. So thank you guys so much. Round of applause for the PWT universe. Hit like, hit subscribe, leave a comment, hit retweet. You guys can super chat or become a member to support, all that good shit. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do a double header here. Let's play a little banjo for good old Canadian country road TNA news. But let's also hit a breaking news because it's WWE. So, in TNA news here, Mike Santana, we talked about Angel Ortiz earlier, but Mike Santana wants to defend the TNA World Championship against AJ Styles, which who wouldn't want to see that fucking match? And he says he has one dream match left, only one, and it's him versus AJ. I think we could see it before AJ is said and done, like him challenge and put someone, whoever the TNA champion is, over in that company. Why wouldn't he give back? I just think he'll retire in WWE first. They'll give him the okay. Maybe he gets inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame first, then they give him the okay, and then he gets inducted that year too or something. Who knows, but it could happen. But on Thursday, which is tomorrow, but if you're listening to this in clip form a week ago, no, Time Cop, a very hearty Halloween goes down. And the reason this is like a double header as far as like a TNA mixed with WWE news segment is because, let's face it, the Hardys are in NXT a lot of the time, and AJ Styles is an AEW guy, WWE guy right now. Pardon me, an AEW guy. What am I talking about? Speaking of guys that people wish were AEW guys, Drew McIntyre and Naomi's social media back and forth is getting kind of crazy now. So Drew is like, I had the father of your unborn child like this, and the best you can do is call me Lurch. I expect better from you. Shake off the pregnancy brain. Take a moment and try again. And then Trinity Fatu goes, sis looks good, but your raggedy ass should have been Lurch. You know what I mean? So they're just dissing on some Halloween shit. Shout out his wife looking like Morticia there. So WWE Raw on Netflix scored its highest numbers of views. Well, let's circle back. We'll do ratings of 10 and shit last, maybe. Omos says he has the Omos Protection Agency available to the WWE Universe. So the OPA. The OPA, right? And not just Becky Lynch, but anybody. If they need his services, you can hire him. They should tell that story on the TV show. They should tell that fucking story on the TV show, and that would actually be awesome. If Omos was like, had some sort of like, I'm just a giant for hire type thing, right? So people within WWE have reportedly denied that the company has any plans to use Andrade again. So that was a rumor people sort of stifled. Wherever Andrade ends up, he's getting benched, okay? That's all. That's all that really matters in that. I'm just being honest. Chelsea Green has reportedly signed a new 5-year contract with WWE. Why the fuck wouldn't she? She'll be retiring there. New WWE ID prospects are set to be announced on tonight's Evolve show, which we actually have here. Mike Cunningham, Jaquan McNair, and Eli Knight. Yeah. And Eli Knight, guys, we've been keeping an eye on him and watching him for a while now. We've actually been watching some of his clips from the indies. There was this kid on YouTube who like rates pro wrestlers that he likes and shit. And he was talking about like Eli Knight, and we played that clip or whatever and plugged his channel. So Eli Knight is one of these kids, man. He can fly around. He can do the fucking the shooting star presses and all of this stuff. Now you got Leon Slater and Javon Evans. So it's like, I don't know if you need another high flyer. This boy's bouncy, you know, like, I don't know if you need another guy coming in and like trying to blow everyone away with his high flying shit right now, when you have those two like just setting a fucking such a high standard. But in Evolve is the perfect place for this kid off the indies, and they gave him his name, Eli Knight. They let him keep his name as far as Evolve's concerned right now. Quite interesting when you have an LA Knight on the roster and you have Eli Knight, which, I mean, Eli Drake and then LA Knight, I don't know, and then Eli Knight. And like you're sticking them in Evolve. It's like, what are their plans? Do they hope to develop this kid for like 3 years and then maybe LA Knight's like retired by that? I mean, he's getting up there in age. He's in great shape. I don't want to see him go anywhere, but let's get real here. Like, how long does LA Knight go? Another decade? Like, it's interesting. They're letting him keep the Eli Knight. Not that they couldn't just change it out of the blue, but they obviously see some, and maybe these are all of these guys' OG names. I don't know, but maybe they see something in him by letting him use that fucking name. I know that they have with the ID, they're letting guys use their names and shit, but he's a guy that you want to keep your eye on. And WWE's not stupid. You know, they fucking know that. So, speaking of being not stupid and knowing all about that, WWE Raw, we're studying and learning the business here. Okay, Brian? Okay, Meltzer?
Learn, baby, learn. Meltzer Inferno.
So WWE Raw on Netflix scored its highest numbers of viewers since mid-August for last Monday's episode, while the hours viewed were the best since mid-September. The show got 2.6 million views globally for the week, 5.1 million hours viewed. The views were tied with 3 as the best since August 18, while the hours viewed were the highest since September 15th show. And we know they're being honest because, again, they could just easily lie and be like, well, the minutes viewed are way higher too, or whatever the fuck. They could just play that game. They're not. The show ranked number 4 for the week in the U.S. on Netflix, up from 6 and 6 globally. Shout out Raw. There's a lot of good, like, spooky shows on and whatnot. So it's like, it's tough to be in that top 10, but WWE's still doing it with multiple shows internationally, and Raw's top 10 every fucking week. So, and the day that it airs, so in the US. But SmackDown scored its best 18 to 49 rating for last Friday's show since Nielsen moved to the new Pig Data Plus panel. Guys, SmackDown's losing its fucking, it got its best key demo. Dave, if fucking AEW did this, Dave, it'd be just blah, 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 blah. So last Friday's show since Nielsen moved to the new blah, 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 despite really strong competition from game 1 of the World Series. SmackDown averaged 1.15 million, down 3% only from the prior week, with a 0.29 in the key demo, up 4%. SmackDown was number 1 on cable Friday in the 18 to 49. The first time it's happened with the new Nielsen system on all of television. SmackDown ranked 3rd in the demo. SmackDown had tough competition with Game 1 of the World Series, which averaged 12.5 million viewers with a 2.5 in the key demo. Year over year, SmackDown was down 20%. Now, that's kind of shitty. How much is streaming and shit like that? How much is people VPNing Canadian Netflix so they can fucking watch, watch on without commercials and stuff? We don't fucking know. But, like, down overall year over year, but still being up a bit in the key demo, and everybody thought they'd get destroyed way worse up against the World Series. Good for SmackDown. While the 18 to 49 was down 31% from last year's numbers. Woo! Which everything is also down from last year's numbers because of the big panel, whatever, but we can't use that as an excuse. But here's Saturday night's main event, Cena's last SNME. Or no. That's the one in December. Sorry. This is Punk versus Jey Uso. So, man, 2 SNMEs going down like fucking quickly back to back there. But we have Punk versus Jey Uso, rather, for the world title. So, crowning a new world champ. It's a title Saturday, Battle of the Belts on Saturday. Every match is a title match, I believe. And they sold 15,000 tickets as of yesterday. They're set up for 16,000. That'll be a sellout, no problem. And, Yeah, that, ladies and gentlemen, was WWE news. But how could I forget? Put your twos in the chat. Put the twos down in the comments. It is time for Wednesday before we end WWE.
Hey guys, happy Wednesday. So today we have our second ever member of the QCC, Kendall Gray.
Yes.
Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome to the group. Here's your welcome mint. And Charlie actually.
I don't have good breath.
No, but that's the best we could do right now. Charlie has the jackets, and obviously he's in Japan. But anyways, so now that you're in the rank QCC, did like the... That was your
Sorry,
call.
I'm not going to throw it out. I'm putting it in my pockets.
Okay, maybe put it in your mouth.
So Thursday Gray is in the Ren QCC.
So then I just want to know, like, when you woke up this morning, a part of the Ren QCC where like the birds chirping and like the sun was shining brighter. It was like a Disney movie. Were you like a Disney princess now?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, that's how my morning went. That's how my morning went. Okay. Anyways, let's go ahead and get to the questions. Okay. This one's about you. So, a couple months ago, I did a ranking and I put an old photo of you. They want to know if you're mad about that.
Yeah, like I literally shunned her for remember I didn't like answer any of your calls. You called me like 100 times for like a whole week. You texted me a million times.
It's crazy.
And I didn't answer, remember?
Yeah, I mean it was
so
such a
mad.
good photo though.
No,
yeah.
I really wasn't.
Okay. Okay, in the spirit of groups, so out of the most iconic group
Yeah, I'm like, get to the question.
that you can ever think of aside from the
Fucking Thursday always ruining Wednesday.
QCC. Who out of this such iconic group is your favorite member? Joe, Nick, or Kevin of the Jonas Brothers?
Ooh, that's a tough one, chat. Joe, Nick, or Kevin of the Jonas Brothers. I'm gonna go with the one who was in that show about the MMA fighters or whatever. Forget what it's called.
I went to a concert.
Oh wait, no. Okay,
Stop. Okay, anyways, yeah, I'm so glad that you joined the group, you know, and I don't really know what I would have done if you would have said no. But let's go ahead and make it official.
Our home
Put
and
pen to
native
paper.
land.
Hell yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Move your hair. Don't want to
Let's
get in
do
it.
ASMR.
Can you hear that? No?
You hear that bass?
Ready?
No. Just kidding, I am. Charles is going to be so happy.
Yeah, we'll see about that. I think it looks good.
I think Rendell
Much
is
better.
Rendell is so on.
Rendell is like the new trend.
Trendle.
Rendell?
Well, okay, I'm going to be honest here. I love Wednesday. I'm not a big fan. I'm not on the Thursday train. But I'm on the Rendell train, so I'm here for Rendell. All right?
Are you sure about that?
Pretty sure I am there, Cena. Pretty sure I am. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was TNA / WWE news. So we have one segment left this evening, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. We have got one segment left that we're going to get into this evening. Round of applause for everybody who tuned in. There's well over 250, 260 tonight watching across X and YouTube. I know that there's all these sports on and all this fucking other shit on. So I just appreciate the great turnouts we've been having. Thank you all so much. We got our Sicko segment to get to, so don't go anywhere. Make sure you guys hit like, subscribe. Dave Meltzer, Dumb Moment of the Week, hashtag double DMW is live tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern on YouTube. Make sure you guys come check out my new podcast. And yeah, I can't wait for this fucking Sicko segment. Make sure you guys become members, Member Monday, and all of that goes down. And there's, member shows. And I always drop heat on Member Mondays. For those of you who don't know, you want to definitely come and be a part of Member Monday. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time for nobody's favorite segment, and it is called the So, Nicolo Piccolo pops up a few times here in this segment, and he says, "Read and learn, And so BJ Bethel reposted Chris Danger, the Chris Danker, Dank Ops. You guys know the gamer Dank Ops? Okay. He's a gamer who plays video games, and he's responding to the Observer's story where they go, we have it confirmed through multiple sources that the new TKO contracts have a clause where if you are fired for cause or breach, there is a 1-year non-compete. The older contracts have this, but it's standard now. So again, like, who knows if the Observer's right or wrong. And then Chris Danger quote tweets this and goes, independent contractors, by the way. Chris, stick to your fucking gaming content, bro. Like, you parlayed your gamer content into a fucking pro wrestling career yourself. Like, you're taking spots from guys on indies because you're this gamer guy who will talk about your fucking shows you do. And you don't even have to wrestle all the time like a lot of these wrestlers out here. Right? Because you play video games for fucking money on YouTube. And I'm not knocking that at all, but like, you're not one to you're standing up for the boys. You fucking take spots from them. Yeah, but I promote their indie or whatever. Gives a fuck. What are you talking about, man? So yeah, I mean, Dank Ops, he's good. I mean, his gaming content back in the day was really good. I don't know if people still keep up with it now, but I don't know if you're the guy who should be talking. So the anti-mark of pro wrestling posts this. It's official. Deonna Purrazzo is all elite. January 3rd, 24. And then this guy, January 24, 04. She's a star. Great signing. So many feuds can be set up in new champ. And then he comes back to his tweet all these years later, or all these years rather. I'm a dummy. Like fucking all this time later, and goes, my bad. She was a bad signing. Talking about Deonna Purrazzo. And why? Now, it is funny that a sicko went and fucking responded to his old shit and was like, oh, this is a fucking, I don't know. She just responded, how kind, I appreciate your support. And he was like, this is a bad signing or whatever. It's because she goes out there and says shit like, well, TNA was the best locker room I've ever been in. And man, my TNA days. And the sickos get mad at people who do that. And Tony had no real plans. He just brought her in, had no real plans for Purrazzo, even though she fucking made a bit of waves a little bit, you know, when she first came in. Like, people were excited for her and Taya Valkyrie and shit like that, right? But we talked about Nicolo Piccolo and him owning some sickos. Here's BJ Bethel going, TV source about Trump official statement reported in the NY Post called it unprecedented and bad for business and media. If not now or next year, when Paramount creates under debt and Trump isn't around, someone else buys it all for less. This guy's a TV expert now. And Nicolo Piccolo goes, TV source. You mean the same one who gave you the exclusive on the secret max numbers, BJ? WBD lost 2/3 of its value under Zaslav. It was $7 a share a year ago. Ellison is the second richest man on earth. Maybe check that source next time. Yeah. It's just this whole, like, they're just in a fucking sicko bubble, man. Just is what it is. You just gotta fucking deal with these sickos. Keep owning them. Speaking of sickos, though, Matt Keane had this to say. So Matt Keane had this to say. You guys remember, he goes, yeah, I'm not watching AEW again until the ice commercials are gone. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm not telling AEW what to do. I'm out until they're gone because of how I feel when I see them. Takes precedence over a show I like to watch. So that's Matt Keane. And this guy here pisses him off. Nick Mills goes, you literally defend anything they do, but I also thought you weren't watching anymore because of the ice commercials. Or did you get the fake outrage out of your system already? And this is in response to Matt Keane white knighting for AEW after Raj Giri called them low rent, right? And Matt Keane goes, hey, dumb fuck, yes, I'm not watching AEW or WWE TV. You know where commercials are, you fucking idiot. I don't defend anything they do. For instance, I tweeted AEW. Here, bro, Matt Keane, so you're like, I'm not watching AEW anymore until they get rid of the ice commercials. But then you're like, actually watching it on streaming, and then you're just like, I'm not watching it on TV where there's commercials, but I'll watch it on the streaming, sir. That's not what you said, though, asshole. So for you to call other people dumb fuck, you're the dumb fuck. It's not even what you said. You said a different thing. So he goes, I don't defend anything they do. For instance, if AEW tweeted Nick Mill's mom was not in fact ridden hard and put away wet, I'd slap a community note on that mercurially. Shut the fuck up, bro. And then he goes, did I touch a nerve? Last I checked, you said I'm not watching AEW. Again, nowhere in your little bitch fest did you state TV. Exactly. We just read it. You didn't say that, Maccoon. I meant I'll watch it on streaming, though. I won't support AEW. I'll just support HBO Max, though. I'll go support. It's not even AEW's. This is how fucking retarded what Maccoon just said is, okay? It's like, bro, so it's HBO, it's Warner Brothers who are putting the ICE commercials on the air. You're like, I'm not watching AEW anymore till they get rid of that. Like, they even have a say. They're lucky that they're even on TV, right? But then you just go right to the source and just, well, I'll stream it on HBO Max. Oh, so the guys who put the ICE commercials on your fucking AEW show? Stupid. Hey, dumb fuck. Man, you guys really need to wake the fuck up, get a fucking reality check. Like, at what fucking point do you, like, it's just like dumb fuck glazing of AEW, like just mindless hive mind zombie fucking, Bro, you said what you said, okay? Like, and then you're, dumb fuck, because you just pointed out what you said. Jesus Christ. And then you say the dumbest shit ever. Then you try and, like, retcon what you said. So, speaking of what people said, we covered before that Amanda Huber and Sarah Stock got in this big fight, but it ended with this where, like, all of a sudden a couple days later, after Amanda Huber dropped these texts, and we covered all of that extensively, but Sarah Stock ended it. She's like, you do, woman up, learn to communicate without profanity. You're acting like a hothead because you are one. For example, blackballing locals because they don't respect you, are prettier than you. They're nobody to try to derail a young woman's career. And she didn't respond to that. So people are speculating, like, oh, did she do a getcha there and fucking Amanda Huber's blackballed people? I don't know. That's conspiratorial. I've a crazy, like, to end it on. But then Sarah Stock also was arguing with another Sarah. So the Sarah Licity account is like, I didn't say she was being paid under the table by WWE, but I do find it interesting that her opinion on these spots in AEW changed from April 25 of all months, the month she left the company. And Sarah Stock says, you explicitly said I was being paid by WWE, which is libelous and false. Are you looking into that? So people are just accusing her of all these different things. Like, you were fucking, like, you're being paid. You worked for AEW. Oh, you got fired, so you're bitter and all this shit. But also, did you guys ever think maybe she was backstage being like, well, this is fucked, so then they fired her? That could be a huge reason to why she's not in the company anymore as well. But y'all don't even think about that for 2 seconds. But Sarah, so this person's like, you're quoting a grapist now because you got caught being a jealous ex and tried to pivot what you were actually saying. All credibility lost to everyone but the most brain dead of anti-AEW grifters. It's like, did Dave write that, bro? But she quoted someone, she deleted it, but Sarah Stock was like, ex of whom? Vince never graped me. Grape me. He was cool as fuck to me. So again, she just, like, I don't know. She commented, and it says here she's facing deletion threats after defending Vince amid the trafficking lawsuit. And basically, she I think went out there and said, like, well, the girl wanted to be paid or whatever. Here's the thing. Did Vince grape anyone, though? I don't know if that's even a thing. People are telling stories like, yeah, they'd make Ashley Massaro sit behind. That was fucked up. Like, Vince was banging her on the plane, pal. Like, whatever the fuck stories came out recently. And that's all super fucked up. And that is like a situation where it's like, the guy in charge of your paycheck, like, taking advantage of you, like, and like, especially when you're not in a mentally good place, like Ashley Massaro, as like Paul London's noted and stuff like that. And I I just don't know. Like, I don't know. Was he accused of that? I thought it was like just all this gross shit and not paying this girl, and she wanted her money, but she like agreed to it all. I didn't know about. If there's any other instances, I'm just ignorant to it. But, and I'm not defending it at all. But just the facts there, stocks like, well, he never graped me. It's like, oh God. I mean, I don't know if that's a good take at all. I don't. It's like I know fucking Charles Manson. Well, he didn't kill my family, so you know what I mean. So he's a pretty good guy. He's all right, I think. Right? Like I don't get that. That's some weird fucking. We can all agree Vince was a fucking ginormous piece of shit. Right? Literally and figuratively. Sometimes on top of people's heads. So yeah, she got deletion threats though, guys. Don't deletion threat people over their fucking opinions on shit, even if it's a bad opinion. Just make fun of them like I'm doing. You know? Speaking of making fun of people, we had fucking Nicolo Piccolo and BJ Bethel throw down a bunch, and Nicolo Piccolo calls out SE Scoops. He's like, I'll write a column for you for free if you deplatform BJ Bethel. And then SE Scoops goes, hey Nick, we're lucky to have a veteran journalist and wrestling historian like BJ on the team. He's neither of those things. He goes, he's done nothing to warrant a deletion. Instead of your dilapidated offer, why not debate the man? Happy to set it up. BJ won't do that. DMs are open. Webmaster Mike. Yeah, Nick, debate him. Debate him and do it on PWT, and I will moderate it. That would never happen. Maybe, dude. Nick's been sharing a bunch of these PWT clips, and shout out the wrestlers. You know who you are, fucking, and some of the superstars who've reacted favorably to your boy Phil Marks in recent months and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's been good. I'm feeling confident here. I'm feeling good. This show's been a disaster. I feel like I've been all over the place tonight, guys. I'm like, fuck, man. Land this plane. No. Hopefully, let me know, chat. Have you guys been having a good time tonight? I've been I'm like manic today. I'm like, oh, fuck, I'm not organized and shit. I started late and shit. It is what it is. But speaking of is what it is, man, JD and talking to wrestlers putting you over and stuff there, right there, bud. So JD was talking to Amazing Red, I guess, right? And he posted this, and I just thought this was funny. He's arguing with these AEW sickos. So Ace Humphreys is like, a list on what AEW got criticized for in 2025. The fish tank. Yeah, that was garbage. Pyro at the start of a match. No, it wasn't pyro at the start of a match, you redact. It was, or unless that's another bullshit production thing that happened that I didn't realize, but it was pyro in the middle of a match that triggered people when a pay-per-view started, at the start of a pay-per-view, unless he's just alluding to a whole other fuck up that I don't even know. The size of a ring in Australia. Yeah, that's a problem. Buddy Matthews can't wrestle. His ankle's more fucked up than it should have been. A simple roll or sprain where you should be able to like tensor bandage that shit up. You could typically even work through that shit. He got so fucked up that he couldn't work through it, and he had to go get like surgery and stuff after it didn't heal after like a year because of that janky fucking ring, dude. Yeah, that's low tier. WWE wouldn't show up with a smaller ring. And if they did, you guys would laugh at it. So don't pretend that it's not like a thing they shouldn't be criticized for. This is insane compared to WWE. It's like, no, dude. If WWE showed up with a rinky-dink fucking ring, it should be clowned on. Riho not being believable in the ring. That's all subjective. JD from NY being fired from HOG. John Moxley gets a bat spike in his back. Think about that sentence. Can you believe that this is what got criticized, man? John Moxley getting impaled with a fucking spike bat. Like it's fucking Stranger Things. Who's the guy who used the spike bat in Stranger Things? Steve, like you're fucking Steve in Stranger Things. Assist from the wife. Like you're fucking Steve in Stranger Things, bud. Fucking fighting the Demogorgons or what? Fucking spike batting them, dude. Yeah, that's not a crazy. That's insane compared to WWE comparisons. Fuck, man. So then JD goes, fired? Interesting. Where did you hear that? I'm still overhead now. Did you? Did you hear that from anyone that works there? Did you ask them? Did you ask HOG? Maybe you spoke to Amazing Red like I did. What a fucking name drop, dude. I don't think I'd name drop, like, I don't fucking know, man. I've said, like, yo, this wrestler's reached out and shown me love, but, like, I don't push the fucking convo with them even past that. That'll be honest. But, like, I'm not hating on them for it. They could be friends. I'm just saying, like, what? Don't bring Amazing Red into your fucking mess, dude. Maybe you spoke to Amazing Red like I did for an hour, where he very much told me I wasn't. Yeah, not likely. Or did you simply use me to farm engagement again? Oh, go. I don't know. I think he was just stating stuff, JD. I don't think it's like, I've got to take it that personally. But JD has a problem with YouTube. I'm over here now. I'm going to Rumble now. I'm packing my things, honey. There's some change on the counter. Suck my dick, then get the fuck out of here. Oh, God. I'm on Kick now. So he goes, hey, Team YouTube creators. You just took down my pro wrestling live stream last night because of a regulated goods policy. I can't. It's so fucking. At 56 minutes and 36 seconds when I was talking about a pro wrestling match. I just appealed this because obviously this is false. I know a guy. It'll be off the books. I know a guy. I am going to need someone to look into this immediately and axe around on my behalf. This has happened quite often, where things get flagged for no reason. And I have to go through an appeal. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Head over to like Odyssey or BitChute or what. I'm just joking, dude. Yeah, YouTube, they're like changing a lot of shit right now. So they constantly are, but it's just like if they're flagging your shit falsely, then yeah, just dispute it. They should take care of it. JD's a big enough guy where, I mean, like size of his show, not in stature. Just being honest, bro. Fucking and yeah, so he's a big enough guy in the space to where I'm sure they would fucking, he attracts enough eyeballs to where I'm sure they would take care of that pretty quickly. So Devon Dudley doesn't say names, but he gives the most obvious clues ever about someone who is racialist against him. I think we watched this on the show. Let's watch.
From the first day that we ever got together, that we ever experienced, or you ever experienced racism? No, I didn't experience it when we were together because of the racism.
So I got my tongue buried in Amazing Red's ass. Oh, good.
No, I didn't experience it when we were together because of the fact that when we got together, we were in ECW. And in ECW, I did not experience it. I experienced it in WWE. You know, I experienced it with certain top officials who I don't really want to go and say any names because I feel...
Say names. Say names.
Well, you know, I'm just going to say it like this.
Oh, my God, King. That's a black guy over there, King. Can you believe it? That's who he's alluding to, man. And watch Bubba's reaction, dude. It is fucking peak. Watch this.
You know, I didn't wear a 10-gallon hat or anything, but my point was, you know, when a person...
Go Sooners!
Yeah.
Go, and then Maven go Sooners. Yeah, Maven, we got it, but we got it.
But when a person...
Oh my God, it's going on the fucking thumbnail, dude.
Comes up to you and tells you that they don't like you because of the color of your skin. And you're sitting up there going, wow, really? We're in 1999, 2000. And you're still coming to me and saying crap like this?
That's Jim Ross for real. That's fucked up, dude.
There were certain people in that organization in that time that felt that I should not have said anything, who had power to basically bury me if need be, just because I might have stood up for what I felt was right.
And if it's true, it's good that it comes to light, but like fucking where Jim Ross is in his life too, and you're gonna have like stories like this start coming out about you. Fuck. I don't know why that's in the Sickos segment. I think I covered that already on the show, but just still that Bubba fucking, that part just pops me. So Andrade El Idolo response to this guy who goes, gonna be wild for me to say this. This is allegedly coming from me, but it is crazy to think Andrade may be involved in some Mexican cartel business or nationwide crime scheme. This has got to be a troll, dude. A nationwide crime scheme. This guy thinks he's actually fucking the Black Skull, right? That fucking attire that he wears to the ring when he was doing the Black Skull crime boss fucking outfit on his way to the ring. This guy thinks he's actually Black Skull. Jesus, man. Tranquilo. Eddie Kingston says he hates Twitter and quit the website because some troll was harassing Rio and didn't believe I did Muay Thai. So let's take a listen here to Eddie Kingston.
Yeah, I don't have Twitter X no more. I don't. It's disgusting. It's a fucking cesspool.
I agree. Yeah, I mean,
the minute I saw someone write something about Rio, and they had the egg gimmick and not even their face, and they said some real nasty, disgusting shit, I was like, I'm done with this.
Yeah, it's a rotten cesspool.
Yeah, I don't have Twitter.
Yeah, that's the thing everybody jumped to. They're like, they made fun of Rio's teeth. And it's like, well, fuck those people doing that. But that's not like, it doesn't mean then you criticize Rio for other shit and you were doing that too. So fucked how these people, like, there's so many redacts on Twitter who think like, oh, you follow this person, so you agree with everything they say or whatever too. It's just like, no, motherfucker. Like, you fucking follow people I don't like all the time just to fucking see what's up or whatever, right? Like, I follow Wrestling Observer. I just make fun of them. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't fucking agree with anything they have to say. But speaking of sickos, so this guy didn't agree what I had to say. It's FTR Follow the Revolution. So this is one of our cuties here who, you know, this is the guy who was out front of the AEW shows taking pictures of people's kids, posing with them, and he's like, I like to meet young sickos and go, we're sickos, right, kids? And they're like, yeah, I love meeting young AEW fans. This is that guy saying this about me. Okay, so I just quote tweeted this, and you guys remember this pissed off so many people. Warner Bros. Discovery puts itself up for sale. AEW's most important business partner announces a review of strategic alternatives. I quote tweet this, and I go, AEW is fucked. Right? And so this triggered a lot of people, okay? And here's the thing. If TNA, all of a sudden, it's like, Anthem's up for sale and Access TV, and I wrote, TNA is fucked, no one would care. If the Saudis bought WWE and I tweeted out, WWE is fucked, which I would do, nobody would care. But when it's AEW, everybody melts down when I just say AEW is fucked. What makes you think if Paramount buys Warner Bros., they're not going to fucking look at this thing and go, we didn't even re-up Taylor Sheridan or whatever the fuck his name is. We're not Sheridan. We're not renewing this shit. We're going to sell off our shares of this. You know what I mean? So he just goes, yeah, like we all want to be stuck watching a repetitive program. All of you haters would beg to have AEW in seconds. Stop being hypocrites. And yeah, I mean, I don't know what's hypocritical about wanting AEW to get better. You guys just want it to be what it is, and that is just hemorrhaging viewers and everything and hemorrhaging live attendance. So whatever, be mad at me, I guess. But Charles Manson, speaking of sickos, we brought Charles Manson up before, so ironically enough, he allegedly saw Bray Wyatt's promos and immediately wanted to meet with him. But Vince McMahon squashed the idea. Finally, a sensible thing. I have a sensible bone in my body, pal. I'm not that much of a wacko. But yeah, Charles Manson, you're... So this is Wrestling with Freddie. Freddie Prinze Jr. tells this story that fucking Charles Manson wanted to meet Bray Wyatt.
Always watch. My YouTube search history back then was just Charles Manson and cult leaders.
Jesus
so if
Christ,
anybody,
bro.
Looked it up. So I've probably seen every Charles Manson quote, every video, every promo that he ever cut. We were trying to take little pieces from each one.
Yeah.
And that was the style we wanted to go for. To get off topic, Charles Manson, I don't know if this story's ever been told. Wyndham's former teammate in college football, became a prison guard at Charles Manson's prison. Allegedly, this guy showed Manson the Bray Wyatt promos, and he wanted to meet him.
Man.
And this was the whole thing.
If that's
I
true,
swear.
that's amazing.
Oh, so this is a guest on his show telling this to Freddie. I thought Freddie, he overlapped with Bray Wyatt, or was that before? No, that was way before. Yeah. Bray Wyatt was probably in like FCW.
So yeah, it is 100% true. And so Mike Rotunda knew about it. And I think he brought it up to somebody. Maybe, I don't know if it was Hunter or Vince or somebody, and they immediately, squashed it. Obviously, that's
Yeah, man. You
terrible idea. We weren't
can't be
gonna go
partying with Charles
shoot
Manson.
because they were like, "Can we shoot a network special?"
Oh
yeah, right. Fucking Manson and Wyatt files, dude.
With
Bray
Charles
meets,
Manson.
Bray meets Charles Manson.
It was immediately squashed.
Yeah, of course it was, because it just puts too much stink on Bray Wyatt. Like he's emulating
Always
that
watch.
and
My
like
youth-
condoning that shit. But I mean, dude, those early Bray Wyatt, like in the Bayou promos, fuck, man, they were just so captivating. Speaking of captivating, we have one of the most captivating pods out there is, of course, the Jim Cornette Experience and Drive Through, and of course, co-hosted by the great Brian Last. And he drops this clip about alternative music and Smoky Mountain Wrestling. And this guy here, Rick Rhodes, just had this to say. He goes, Brian, Powertown is calling itself now the Wrestling Collection. As you might know, they email me with further offers. In hearing on the pod about IOU's delayed shipping, have you heard they corrected their problems yet? And he goes, Powertown hasn't corrected anything. No figures have been shipped, and who knows if they were even manufactured. No straight answers. Magnum TA and Greg Gagne have also been radio silent since the podcast they did, where the Wimp host sucked them off instead of getting answers. So apparently people are getting fucked over on some figures or whatever went down. Jim Cornette also posted like, hey, some of these books are finally arriving and whatever. I don't know if that's connected to this also. I don't want to like fucking make that connection. I'm just saying like, seems like there's some delayed shipments and some bullshit going on, over here. And again, I'm not sure the ins and outs of what's going on with Brian Last, but he's beefing with podcast hosts as he does. And maybe another Colin Thompson saga. If you guys are familiar with that, how that reached everywhere. That reached CoffeeZilla. Right? With the whole what was his name? Not Conrad Thompson. Is that what I said? What was that guy? If I said Conrad Thompson, I apologize. That other guy who fucking was ripping off all these podcasters. Podcast One, I think it was. I'm just throwing everybody under the bus. Fuck it. Colin Thompson, that's it. Not Conrad Thompson. Colin Thompson. Yeah, the guy who like ripped off Brendan Schaub and all. Actually, Brendan Schaub took a fucking deal with this idiot after knowing this is what he was doing to everyone too. That's a shoot, brother. That's fucking hilarious and sleazy at the same time. But Elbu had this to say. So Elbu pokes his head up again and goes, Brock Lesnar's name has never meant less in professional wrestling. He doesn't draw money, affect attendance, or pop ratings like he did 10 years ago when he was undeniably box office. He doesn't actually matter. And I wonder how long it takes for TKO to stop lying to themselves and end this charade, and he's still a big deal. Bro, do you know how much money the Saudis are giving them just to fucking have Brock Lesnar on their shows and shit? They just put him in the fucking trailer for this WrestleMania thing, and that's what everybody's getting mad about. Why is Brock in this and not Rhea Ripley? And then Elbu goes, Rhea Ripley is a bigger star than Brock in 2025. It's just like, okay. And then Rhea Ripley. So here's just somebody posted the fucking stats. I didn't do this. I didn't look up the fucking, someone else did. So shout out the person who posted this pic. But Brock Lesnar, Rhea Ripley, you just see like the spike over time. And then you have some people saying, I want to see the map of the geography down there. I bet it's MAGA people who like Brock and shit. It's just like, that part doesn't matter. Stop dividing the entertainment we consume based on who we fuck and who we vote for and who we pray to and shit. It's fucking cringe. Okay. It's just look at those charts. Brock is crushing it right now. And that's not to disparage Rhea Ripley. But then we get this guy, Corey Brennan of Fightful. says, if you think Brock Lesnar is a bigger star than Rhea Ripley in 25, you're out of your mind and are afraid of women. Afraid of women. Is Google Trends afraid of women, sir? Or is that you and you're projecting? Jesus fucking Christ, bro. I just have no idea where this guy, of all people, gets off saying you're afraid of women, bro. So RVD had this to say. He defends AEW's controversial fish tank spot amid severe backlash. So shout out RVD. I'm not going to read like what he said, because it doesn't matter. What RVD's been doing is he's taking the controversial take on just everything. He's just taking the, I'm with Matt Riddle, after Matt Riddle says a bunch of redacted shit. He says, what did he say again? I don't like the spikes and the whatever, but I actually defend the fish tank spot. But he's like, Raja Jackson, maybe whatever. RVD in an interview also said, someone was interviewing him this a while back, and they were like, yeah, you know, Jeff Hardy's drunk driving stuff. And then he's like, well, I don't know. Everyone drunk drives, I thought. This is what RVD literally said in an interview. You guys can fact check me on this. And he's like, everyone drunk drives, I thought. Like, how do people get home from parties and shit? It's like, Rob, fucking Uber, fucking you walk, you take a cab. Like, what are you talking about? I'm sure everybody's made a mistake, especially when you're a fucking kid. Everybody, like, you know, everybody does stupid shit, but it's like, at that point in Jeff's life when RVD gave that interview and he's like, well, I was under the impression everyone drove home drunk. That's what the fuck RVD was saying. So he just kind of takes the controversial opinion on everything. And yeah, that is, that's me not, I guess, hating on fucking RVD, but that's me just like holding his feet to the fire on that. Like, you're just kind of being that dude taking the edgelord route instead of really thinking things through, or maybe he does really think them through and he'll 5-star frog splash me for saying that. I don't know. I love RVD, his opinions aside. But this is a video I threw in here. We'll end the show on this. This is a video I threw in here, and it's called WWE Figure Influencer as House Raided by Police. Now, I don't know if this is like a sketch or a real thing. It seems like there's news articles and pictures of this guy's toys and shit. So let's dive into this toy collector EFAP here and see what we can learn. And if
all right, man, we may have the most insane story, or at least the most insane thing that has happened in this community in a little bit now. Yeah, and it's really wild because yesterday, I didn't even see this. This released yesterday, and I was off social media pretty much all day yesterday. Remember how I was feeling pretty bad, and then I felt like I was getting over it? Well, then yesterday, it kind of hit me all over again. And so back today, I'm feeling a little bit better. So you know what? We're up and down, but we're there.
Okay, so let's...
And I come across this story, and this headline, it reads, pair arrested in San Diego after police seize stolen wrestling action figures worth thousands. So this is...
Damn! That's Cardona's side hustle. He's just like hitting everyone's fucking cribs like the sticky bandits around Christmas, just stealing everyone's wrestling No, I'm joking.
An article...
That'd be a funny ass... It'd be funny if he like... I don't know if he reacted to this on his pod or not, but he should.
On the independent.com right here, and we're going to go through here, and then we'll break it all down for you, and we'll get into it, man. But WWE action figures worth more than $1,000.
So 2 people in San Diego were arrested. Here,
October 2nd, the San Diego County Sheriff's Department executed a search warrant at a residence on Gold Coast Drive. Inside, they detained 36-year-old Brittany Gomez and 52-year-old Miguel.
Fucking 52-year-old still burglaring and shit, man. Like, god damn it. It's just so fucking sad. 36 and 52, and you're just gonna burgle and shit. Fuck, man.
Dominguez. I don't know if that is the correct age there, but it doesn't matter. A sweep of the premises led to the recovery of numerous stolen items from Target and Walmart. The San Diego County Sheriff's Office said in a statement, the haul included toys and other goods investigators say were taken with the intent to resell. And it has an image of the collection right here, as you can see.
Damn, imagine you come home, all your toys are sniped. God damn, this was Cardona's house. No. Fuck, man. That's a lot of figures.
see, which we'll get into in a little bit here. But you can see they have a really big collection, all that different stuff. And then underneath the little photo there, it
They
says,
left the AEW ones.
just a fraction of the hundreds of wrestling action figures seized by police in San Diego. It says photographs released by police show hundreds of toy wrestling figurines removed from their packaging, filling at least 5 large shelves and arranged inside toy wrestling rings. Meanwhile, a large number remain inside their original packaging, stacked from floor to ceiling around at least 2 sides of the room. The discovery was made as part of an ongoing operation investigating.
So there's retail theft in the region. And then where are they pulling up and selling this shit? On Facebook buy and sells, on fucking, they're just pulling up on the corner and going, hey, we'll sell this. We got these shit. Like, people who live in some of these cities know what's going on with that, you know? So it's like there's a string of this stuff. Hey, why does this like 52-year-old, it's in San Diego, likely homeless man doing with fucking a warehouse crate full of wrestling toys? Like, where the fuck did this come
Retail
from?
theft in the region, according to the police. Both Gomez and Dominguez were arrested and booked into San Diego's Vista Detention Facility on multiple felony charges, including grand theft, possession of stolen property, and theft of merchandise valued at more than $950. And then it shows another image here of the collection. It's like
and this is courtesy of MD Toys. I'll give them a plug. You go save 10% at Ringside Collectibles with their
card wall. You can see all the figures there. And then it says $1,000 worth of molded plastic heroes seized in the name of justice, which is a hilarious caption, by the way. $1,000 worth of molded plastic heroes seized in the name of justice. It says rare wrestling figures can have a considerable aftermarket value. For example, the WWE's Undertaker glow-in-the-dark classic Superstars model can fetch almost $800 in original packaging. That's nothing compared to what particular Andre the Giant figures can command. For the soft vinyl Andre figure with original cards, collectors can expect to part with about $5,000.
$5,000, according to the Sportster.
But the daddy of them all is the ultra rare prototype figure made of Hulk Hogan, who passed away earlier this year. For these prototypes, sums up to $50,000 to $120,000.
So the people who stole them, the sums are up to $50,000 to $120,000. The people who stole them, do you think that they're smart enough to be like, well, yeah, let's put it on eBay and play the long game? Do you think, or is that like they just sell it for, yeah, here, $25 on the corner, not even realizing there's $120,000 action figure sitting right here?
Are considered acceptable. So this entire thing is completely crazy, man, because, and of course this is all alleged. These people are completely innocent until proven guilty in a court of
What does an overgiver card go for?
law, as always.
Original
everything
prototype.
in this video is completely, this is all alleged. They have not been proven guilty in a court of law. So this entire thing, if you have seen this collection before, this is actually a quote-unquote figure influencer, if you will. I mean, this is, if you wanted to know, if you guys remember back in the day, he went by the name Gizmo305, if you guys remember that name.
Damn, so he's like a known collector and he just got cleaned up.
But then I think he changed his name on different socials and stuff like that. He used to have a YouTube channel, so I think he changed it to the Gizmo619 now on Instagram, I do believe. But I mean, this dude had a ridiculous collection. Dude's collection was insane, and as you can see here, at least if this article is true, if this investigation remains true, or whatever the case is, then it would seem that he stole a lot of these figures. And I've known over the years, I've actually...
Wait. The influencer is the guy who's been stealing the fucking figures. This is ultimate sicko shit. I love it. So this influencer, he didn't get cleaned out. He fucking yoinked his figures, then went on YouTube and shit and was like, hey, check me out, guys. I'm an influencer. Allegedly. Of course, this is all allegedly. Nobody has been convicted of anything. Right. This is Phil's court here. Order in the court, chat. Order in the court. Okay. This dude stole all this shit and then set it up, put a picture of himself, allegedly, worshiping himself in his toy room as well. You guys see that picture of himself?
But I actually met this guy before. I met him.
Oh my God. And then this guy telling the story, MD Toys, met this motherfucker.
at WrestleMania 39.
This is awesome, dude. This is what the Sicko segment's all about.
And we've actually chatted in DM. So the guy has been around the community for a very long
time.
He's a
liar.
He's been a collector for a long time. But I want to say, I don't know about the very beginning of my channel, but it was shortly thereafter. Me and him have chatted before. I said I met him at WrestleMania 39. And I do remember there was a couple instances.
So he just yoinked them to fucking play with them and set them up. He's just a fan who fucking marked in a guy, yoinked his fucking toys, and then set them up and went, look at my collection, man. Just didn't want to put in any of the work or money or time to actually fucking collect. Fucking yoinks someone's whole collection, sets it up for himself.
The years
didn't even sell them. Pure, you couldn't be wackoer than this, dude.
People would come to me with a story about him, or hey man, this guy scammed this guy, or I've seen things and heard things and everything like that. People were talking about him scamming and things like that. And I remember seeing a video a few years back now. I remember seeing a really crazy video one time of somebody calling him out, scalping. He had like a massive cart full of WWE figures or something like that. And then I think somebody was filming him, and I think he started like fighting with the guy, and they were
damn. Not you think, bro. He did it. He did it for sure. So he's fighting with dudes. He's out there with a cart. Like I told you guys, hey man, this cart's like $50. The whole cart. There's fucking figures in there worth like 200 grand.
Fighting over the cart of figures, and it was like a very just insane thing. I want to say that was COVID though when that happened. I can't even remember exactly, but I do remember that video, and maybe I can't remember, but I do remember seeing a video like that or something like that. Maybe it was shortly after COVID. I can't remember, but one thing that always bothered me,
damn the blue cage around the ring,
and it wasn't something that I could prove, but I knew that this was happening. Let's watch this, and I'll get into that. Let's watch this reel right here by Nick Storm real quick. My buddy Nick Storm, he made a reel about the entire situation.
So I just read an article about the couple that got arrested for stealing wrestling figures, and apparently one of them was the Gizmo619, a big figure influencer here.
Holy shit, dude, he had 22K followers. And he just boosted these all, bro. That's fucking wild, man.
Here on the platform, YouTube, all the damn platforms. Here's a screenshot of his YouTube from a couple weeks back and a photo of the police seizing the wrestling figures. Pause, take a screenshot. It's the same room. I think he's been a shady character in the past, taking his own fig swaps and putting them on the shelves, just getting pre-orders in from an online store and then going to the retail store and actually putting them there, placing them there to make it look like, ooh, new product. But holy hell, I think it's like 10 times more embarrassing to be this guy right now.
Damn.
So you can see there, he kind of goes through it like we have here, and we broke it down. But what he used to do, and this used to drive me nuts, and I knew that this is what he was doing here, but he would basically pre-order figures from Ringside Collectibles, or he would pre-order figures of some kind, and then he would walk into the store with the pre-order and put it on the shelf, and then take a photo like he found those figures at retail. And
okay, I'm trying to understand here. So he'd pre-order a figure, he'd get it, and then he'd go like, hey, I found this at retail. So he's like scamming, influencing, but going to the level of I'm boosting toys from people too.
Try to make it like, hey, I found these out in the wild, just for kind of social media, likes and
yeah, for clout. Everyone, no way. Yeah, dude, I found it. Like just a fraudster on so many levels, allegedly.
And stuff like that. And it always used to drive me nuts because I was like, I think I would totally buy it if it was, once every little while you'd find something, but it was legitimately every new wave that would come out or any new figure that would come out, he would post it up in the store and be like, oh, at least it would literally be like, I'm reviewing the figure this week from Ringside, and then he would post them in the store and share it like he found those at retail. And I was just like, dude, there's no way that you found these. It's not every single wave. You're not getting every single wave as soon as they drop like that. But I mean, this thing's actually insane too, because if you look at
those videos are huge too. Like kids love those fucking videos of people toy hunting, and wrestling toy hunting videos are like a big. That's how major figure pods blew up is because it's like in that space of fucking like toy hunting, which is like a cool thing now. So
into it, right? It says that it's a retail theft investigation, which means that I guess
I had a shitload when I was a kid too. I had a shitload of figures just like this, but I didn't I mean, they given away. I had younger relatives and shit, you know. People have kids and stuff. You fucking don't realize, you don't realize what you had, you know. But so this is a retail heist he's breaking down here.
Stealing, like they say, including shelves lined with WWE action figures worth more than $1,000. This is way more than $1,000. Like, I mean, of course we know this because we're in the game. This is, if you go to his page, if you look at his collection,
we're in the game chat.
It's way more than $1,000. Way more than $1,000. As we know here. But what I'm thinking here is they must have, I don't know if it was Walmart or Target or whatever the case was, but I want to say Target has this system in place where they let you get away with stealing because they wait for your stuff to add up and up and up and up and up, and then they finally get you once you've passed a certain price point or a certain amount of, you know, value worth of stolen goods, so that they can actually do something about, you know, you so that you actually get punished, I guess. But it seems like this was a really big investigation. I don't know if it's going to be more than just wrestling action figures, because it says the haul included toys and other goods investigators say were taken with the intent to resell. So
yeah, they fucking they filled up baskets and ran or something, you know. They just heisted out some of these stores, and a lot of these stores in America now too. And in a place, San Diego, right, is where this take place. I'm pretty sure areas like that in California and stuff, they just let people fucking steal, and now they're just locking shit up behind glass and stuff like that, and people just grab and go. You see it in the news all the fucking time now, and people, or like on social media, people sharing videos of like, this guy just grabbed and go, these people took a whole cart, and, you know, here's like, you see it all the fucking time, and you hear about it in the news, and people talking about how you have to like scan to get into certain aisles now of some stores and shit. So I mean, maybe they just went on a fucking well, they're saying this guy had all these toys in the pandemic as well, so maybe he fucking, who knows, if this is a big investigation, maybe he like got into a fucking truck filled with shit, or a truck yard filled with shit, and there's who knows. I mean, there's endless possibilities of how this went down. I'm sure he bought some of the figures if he was like pre-ordering them and shit, but how crazy is it that wrestling toys fucking leads to all this? You know, this is awesome.
Of course, we don't know the details on this, but I mean, I guess they seized his entire collection here, so that's insane, man. They seized the entire collection, and I don't know, you know, the entire.
If they took the whole thing, then that means the majority of it, they have to be looking at it like, well, no, this is all fucking likely stolen, you know?
Situation. Of course, maybe more details about this will come out, but I thought this was insane. I mean, this is, I think a lot of people, if they were to, you know, read the story or find out about this, or, you know, they look into it here, I bet it doesn't shock a whole lot of people. I bet that, you know, people will probably like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense there. So, but also, you know, did they have a list of the actual items that he took, or that they took, or whatever the case is? Did they actually have an actual thing? And they were looking for those specific.
It had to be like around like we can roughly determine, otherwise they wouldn't seize everything. It wouldn't even be an investigation unless it was like a lot of shit stolen like this, you know? So yeah, I bet they had a fucking list, and they walked in the room and went, yeah, that's why they seized everything, so they can go through the list, and then we'll find out in court or whatever. Maybe MD Toys can do an update video of like what % of these were stolen
items. I don't know, man. It's
allegedly,
all alleged. Crazy. I had no idea about this yesterday, and I get on social media this morning, and I'm like, my God, what the hell just happened?
Absolutely. So, ladies and gentlemen, what an amazing story. That fucking ruled. I didn't think that was going to be so juicy. That, ladies and gentlemen, was the Sickos segment of PWT. What a fucking blast. What an amazing show it's been. Folks, thank you for tuning in. Everybody who showed support, everybody who hit like, subscribe. Guys, we are almost at 7,300 subs over on the main channel. We are almost at 2,100 subs over on the secondary channel. It's a late one. We've gone 4 hours. I appreciate you all for being here. Round of applause to the sorry. I'm so sorry. Juan Tenta for 2 says when JR said I'm sorry I didn't see this till now. When JR said he's an articulate athlete, we know. An articulate athlete. Oh, he's very well spoken, King. Oh, Devon Dudley, he's a very well-spoken member of the Dudleys. Juan Tenta, we acknowledge you for always showing love and support.
Acknowledge me.
Guys, I've been Phil Marks. I'm sorry. Did you guys have fun? Let me know in chat. Was this a good show? I felt like I was all over the place. I felt like I didn't rein it in till the Sicko segment. I felt like fucking it was very... I just jumped on late, as you guys know. It was 45 minutes past the hour, and it was 1:45 the next hour when I typically like to start, and I was fucking all over the place at the start, but I really appreciate everybody for tuning in. It was a great turnout. I had a fucking blast. Dave Meltzer, Dumb Moment of the Week, double DMW tomorrow, Thursdays, 8 p.m. Eastern. Be ready, be there, or be square, or be non-existent hair, Brian. And always a great time. Good. I think when I fuck up and botch, it's what a name, Juan Tenta, right? Swerve Show. We always fucking comment on it because it's so great. Thank you guys. 95 likes, guys. 5 of you guys hit those likes over on the Clips channel. Appreciate you all. I'm glad you guys had fun. When it's chaos, it's usually the best time. Yeah, I can't wait to the Halloween show. I'm going to be debuting one of my new segments that will appear on podcasts and live shows. And also, we got a little taste of PWT Unrestricted tonight, so that was a blast. Thank you all for being here. Again, another round of applause for the greatest fucking audience in all of the world. I have been your host, Phil Marks. Overtaker, we will never fucking forget Overtaker. That's one of the greatest things ever made. And I appreciate you all. Until next time, we'll see you in the Upside Down. Peace.
I look and see it's not just me.
Jack, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, it would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling has always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
I look and see it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see it's not just me.
My security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let it get wild. Yeah.
If you're familiar with how we do things off and you're on these Wednesdays,